Ilya Levitov. I'm the former head of the Russian Chess Federation. Now I've created my own YouTube channel, Levitov Chess, and we are the official partners of Chess24 on this, as we say in Russia, hopeless endeavor. So,
yeah, hello, nice to meet you.
Yeah, me too. So, how is the situation with the pandemia in Poland? What is going on? How is your life there?
Yeah, it's pretty bad right now. I think that we might be like ahead in Europe even in
Okay,
terms of new people infected.
okay.
It's like I think 20,000 people daily
Wow.
are getting
Yeah.
or something like this infected. So it's pretty bad. Yeah, and I'm staying home. Yeah, just staying home, not moving
And where
anywhere.
do you live?
Yeah, I live in Wieliczka. It's near Krakow.
Oh,
Krakow.
Krakow. I've been to Krakow. Yeah. Actually, the mother of my grandmother, I think, is from Krakow.
Yeah.
My whole family on my father's side from a long time ago came from Poland to Russia. So I have some connections.
Yeah, there is house Salzman in Wieliczka. Maybe you've heard
Okay.
of it. Like works, yeah,
Okay.
known in the whole world actually. So yeah,
Okay.
that's the only thing in Wieliczka. But yeah,
Okay.
it's
And how the coronavirus affected your chess life? I mean, there are
well,
almost no tournaments, and were you staying in Poland all the time?
yeah, I do. Yeah, a part of this Norway tournament, yeah, in Stavanger. Yeah, obviously, yeah, the tournament are gone. Tournaments are gone, so yeah, everything has moved, yeah, into the web.
Okay.
So yeah, so I'm playing online alone now, and yeah, it's obviously, I believe every chess player suffer, yeah, from the fact that there are no tournaments at all. But yeah, there is. Okay, it's a very bad situation worldwide, and it can't be done much. So
Okay.
yeah, I get adjusted to it, and yeah, I even managed, to finish my study during the during this episode. Otherwise, it
Where do
would be
you
impossible
study?
for me to study. Yeah, I studied in the Academy of Physical Education in Krakow,
Okay.
and yeah, yeah, I was happy. I mean, okay, I had a chance, to focus on this and to finish it because otherwise, I believe I would, study like 10 years or something.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, the situation is bad.
Okay. And how was the experience in Norway? I mean, all the quarantine before and the games and after the games. I mean, do you feel some pressure? Did you feel some pressure of Chess 24 on this, as we say in Russia, hopeless endeavor. So,
Yeah, hello, nice to meet you.
yeah, me too. So, how is the situation with the pandemia in Poland? What is going on? How is your life there?
Yeah, it's pretty bad right now. I think that we might be like ahead in Europe even in
Okay,
terms of new people infected.
okay.
It's like I think 20,000 people daily
Wow.
are getting
Yeah.
or something like this infected, so it's pretty bad. Yeah, and I'm staying home. Yeah, just staying home, not moving
And where
anywhere.
do you live?
Yeah, I live in Wieliczka. It's near Krakow.
Oh, Krakow. I've been to Krakow. Yeah. Actually, the mother of my grandmother, I think, is from Krakow. My whole family on my father's side from a long time ago came from Poland to Russia. So I have some connections.
Yeah, there is about Salzman in Wieliczka. Maybe you've heard
Okay.
of it, but it works. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, known in the whole world actually. So yeah,
Okay.
that's the only thing in Wieliczka. But yeah,
Okay. And how the coronavirus affected your chess life? I mean, there are
well,
almost no tournaments, and were you staying in Poland all the time?
Aha.
Vishy, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you clearly.
Fantastic. Hi.
Hello, Visha. Do you hear me?
Ah, you can hear me now. Okay, good. Hi, Vladi. How are you?
Yeah. We just finished the 11th games, and I just congratulated you.
Yeah, no,
after Bishop E3,
I saw the
just a
happy
minute
draw
ago.
before it, but
So my
Okay.
congratulations again. Welcome.
yeah, thanks.
Hi, Vishy. Thanks for joining us. We analyzed all the games from game 1 till game 11. Quite an interesting match. Quite an interesting match.
Yes, it was.
So many.
I mean, as always, more is hidden than is shown, no?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Much more, but already much less after our four videos. Much less is hidden.
Ah, sure.
What is interesting,
By the
Vishy,
way, I wanted one question, Visha, from me first. Why did you choose to start in the game 3 bishop d6 and only game 5 rook g8 in Meran?
Well, if I remember correctly, bishop d6, we had not yet discovered this problem with a4 b4. So this move b4 somewhere refuting it. And at that moment, bishop d6 was our main line. I considered rook g8, well, it's nice, it works, but we have something that works, let's stick to it. And only after we realized that bishop d6, this move b4 somewhere in the, and white is just killing, yeah.
Well, it's
and
not
only
totally
after that we
killing,
switched.
it's not maybe totally killing, yeah, but yeah, it seems to be very, very serious. Yeah. We found it all in between of games 3 and 5. Yeah. In fact, because Visha, I told us that when you played bishop b7, I took on b5, and I thought that your plan was actually to play rook g8 and not bishop d6. Yes, do you hear me?
Vish is thinking.
It's a bit confusing. I mean, bishop d6 was the line we spent most of our time on in our training. And I think at some point, rook g8, we had started some work, but the focus was bishop d6. So that was my first line. And then I was still very hopeful that rook g4 and the impact of that move and everything. But when later on we realized how difficult that is, I mean, it's also difficult to switch sometimes because with black, you may switch. We could already have gone to the Vienna, what we did much later. But somehow I was hesitant to switch, and the whole rest day, we first tried to solve this. And after losing half a day trying to solve this, then it's harder to change direction. So then we decided to go with this rook g8, and Radek solved some last problems literally 20 minutes before I left, and then that was the state in which I arrived. I think that was the sequence.
It was exactly the same story with me. Like some 20 minutes before I left, everything was solved. On rook g8.
Right.
But this is a special story, which hopefully this stream will be translated in English, so you will listen to this story.
No, but
I mean, everything
what
was
is
solved,
interesting,
but I was not aware of it.
yeah, what is interesting is that yesterday I've started reading your book, Vishy, which is a very interesting book. Actually, I highly recommend it. And I've read a story there about game 5 that you were trying to call your assistants, or how do we call it in English?
Seconds, trainers, yeah.
Seconds, yes, and you couldn't reach them, right?
Well, so
is it a fairy
this is
tale
typical. I think
story?
Vladdy will understand what's happening. So what happened was we got into the car and we were driving to the venue. And then suddenly I was thinking, what do I do if Vladdy plays bishop g5? Our preparation was Botvinnik variation. And suddenly in the car, I mean, it's not like I forgot some detail on mode 25. I could not remember the first move. And I was in total panic. So normally it's a very bad situation if you have to call from the car, because anyway, whatever your seconds tell you, they will give you only 1 or 2 fragments and you will go crazy trying to remember, because you don't have a chessboard anymore even to see it. But I was so desperate, I thought I will just ask them, please just tell me one move and I will figure out the rest. But just tell me one move, something like that. And we did this. And the variation was spinning in my head. And of course, as soon as I got into the car, all of them switched off their phones and went to the restaurant. This was the only break they got during the match.
Yeah.
And they were not about to miss it. So we arrived at the venue. Still, I had no idea what to do against the Botvinnik. So then Aruna tells me, well, good luck.
Go for it.
And that was it. But in fact, in the rest of the match, we were having the situation all the time that I knew what to do against d4, but I had no defense to e4.
Which was my second question.
We were preparing all sorts of dragons and things like that, and they were collapsing here and there. And, it's always this kind of churn. But I think the problem is also because it's never played, you worry about all the lines, whereas at least in D4 you think, okay, Vladdy will do this or this or this, but not everything. And in E4 it seems that he could do everything. I mean, every line looked scary to me, and it was going like that. But anyway, here the problem was it was not even in the Meran, it was the Botvinnik variation.
But you were both at the car at different cars at the same time waiting for connection from your seconds. So basically, you were Vishy trying to reach them, and Vladdy just didn't get a call. He required. So it's a bit of a detective story, you know.
Yeah, that's actually very.
No, I didn't know this other bit. I didn't know this other bit, but
no, because.
yes.
In two words, he didn't know what to do on Rook G8 in Miran. Yeah, and they had like 1 hour and a half to analyze it. And if they call him in the car, at least he could have got some ideas what to do. So he came to the game.
To start with, I mean, the guys forgot twice to analyze it. I mean, during the rest day. I mean, I told twice that Rook G8 is very serious, please analyze it. And then when I came like 2 hours before the game for the final checkup, and then all of a sudden I realized that Rook G8 is not analyzed, basically. And that was a total horror for me. And then in a rush, they started to analyze. I started to prepare something else. And at some point, I just saw that I'm losing. I mean, I'm just already not in time for the game. So I ran to my car and just didn't have time, to talk about Rook G8. And then they didn't call me in the car. And finally, I decided to go for it like literally at the moment when the clock was pushed, for the first move. Because I didn't know what am I going to play. And I was just praying, okay, help God, please, not Rook G8. And it's exactly what I got on the board. So, again, just for you, Vish, that actually, like the position when I already had maybe like 25 minutes left on the clock, it appeared to be after when I came back. The guys, they told me that they had this position, and actually they wanted to recommend me exactly to play like this. So I could have got it with 1 hour 55 instead of 25 minutes. So it was a funny kind of interesting coincidence, and it was I mean, it's quite interesting, especially since you also had the same issue exactly the same day. So it seems like it was a crucial game.
Sure.
Yeah, game 5, sure.
Yeah, and then of course, I mean, I already told in those videos that absolutely brilliant game 6. I mean, I can congratulate you, Vish, with this fantastic game. I mean, just perfect. And that is, I have no complaints to anyone, including my trainers, my parents, that I lost this game because that is just a brilliant game. Yeah.
Vishy,
game 6 was well played,
Vishy, were you a
maybe
bit...
of course, sorry.
Yeah, please continue.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, were you a bit worried after game 9 and 10 when Vladdy started playing better and you didn't manage to solve all the problems and lost game 10 actually?
Well, after game 10, yes, I was, let's say, in full panic mode. And I'll explain why. I had the feeling that I didn't have a 2-point lead, that I really had a 1-point lead. I felt that if I lost game 11, I would lose game 12 also. So in a sense, I felt I only had this 1-point lead. And already by this point, I realized that Vladdy had turned the match. And to some degree, I was lucky that he didn't have this strategy of just playing some quiet move. I mean, I'm still annoyed that Rook E1, which is, to me, is such a harmless move that I could not find any plan against it in game 10. He just made this quiet move with his rook. I almost thought he was so desperate that he didn't find anything. He just made a move. But it was effective. And anyway, so after game 10, we went back and we decided, let's do this. Let's take a whole team, a whole world championship team, and tried to find a draw with white with after e4. And nowadays you get even more forced variations, and I think Wesley probably has a full repertoire. I saw some interview of his where he says, he quite seriously, he says, I checked short draws in all lines, so I was very confident here. Something like for the Grunfeld, he has this Leningrad line which ends in a draw, and all these popular draws. And literally our job was like that. So to take every opening which can be solved and just solve it, or get a totally dry position, and every...
But Visha, why not d4? Why not in d4? Isn't it simpler in d4? I didn't know at all what to play against d4. I mean, how to get a minimal fight.
I felt that if something unexpected happened in d4, and by now you can imagine my dreams. I mean, every Benoni, I would start with +4 evaluation, and then 3 moves later I'm lost. That's the sequence in your head, and you feel that everything is unfamiliar. And I suddenly thought, e4 I really know well. I mean, I couldn't see you playing any Rylopers. I couldn't see you playing so many openings I could eliminate. Sveshnikov is gone. I mean, just so many lines are easy. And we even spent some time solving Pirt's defense and center counter and everything. So then it seemed to me e4 was good. And also I thought switching back at this point maybe would catch you off guard. It wasn't very important to me to catch you off guard, but I thought at least there's a small hope.
Yeah, my guess was also exactly what you said, that you wanted in this important game to get to some positions which you know better from your childhood and so on. So I that was my guess actually today when we spoke about it. But I was even more worried about d4 because I don't remember. I wanted, I think, to play some totally nonsense King's Indian with knight bd7, where probably I would just lose it 25 moves because I could. But anyway, yeah.
I mean, that can happen, but on this day, I was just not there. I realized that I could only solve limited strategic ideas, like make a draw, go there, every line will do this, and these last 3 positions which we cannot solve, I will play. That's it. I could only do something limited because I felt that at the board I would keep on with this this conflict. Should I simplify? Should I press for advantage? I mean, because you realize when you play for an advantage, you will always leave some small openings that you when you play normally, you feel fine. But when you're thinking of a draw, it's a very negative state. I think the most important thing was I understood best to go there in a professional negative state and finish it. That was sort of the logic. Because I also felt that if I had a 1-point lead and I was playing black, nothing was sure anymore.
Yeah. I mean, then, but I like this professional negative state. This is a new impression. It's a classic.
But also, it's interesting that in our broadcast, Vladimir told us that he didn't have too many ideas before the match. And in your book, Visha, you write that you were really afraid of 1 e4 from Vladimir. You remember that?
Yes. The problem was we had spent so much time thinking about d4 with both colors that I had e4. I mean, there was this conflict. Just give me 1 second.
Sure. Professional negative state.
Yeah. So I was in this state where I could play e4, but it would be like playing with my tournament repertoire against someone who might have a match idea. Something very concrete which you can't just play your way out of, or at least it will not be easy. But I never really, I think I was in panic if he played e4, but I didn't really believe he would do it. So I would both worry about it and not prepare fully. So that's how we
So
dealt with e4 the
that
whole
definitely should have been my choice then, yeah. But at that time, it was a mistake. I mean, I made many mistakes in preparation, and maybe that also just limiting myself to only d4 and so on was one of the mistakes. And second mistake was, as it occurred to be, that I spent a lot of time actually again on black against e4, and I was not happy at all with the state. I started to prepare Petrov, and I finally wanted to play Petrov, but I was not too happy with a certain.
Hello and welcome everybody to the last game of the long weekend, game 8 of the World Championship match in Dubai. I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is my good friend Evgeny Miroschnichenko, and peace or something, or victory, or...
Victory or death.
Victory.
As wise ones once said.
Sylvanas.
I don't think it will be victory or death today. It's rather victory or draw, or that exactly the scenario I imagine Magnus wants.
Yeah, for him, I think he doesn't really. I have a feeling he will push today. I have a feeling something like Game 6 is very possible. And by something like Game 6, I mean a line that gives him a playable position, perhaps without any kind of an advantage specifically out of the opening, but a line where Jan has to start thinking kind of early, doesn't have any kind of immediate equality, and then they just play. Because I think the way games 6 and 7 went, I think he has... he obviously is very far ahead in this sequence in the match. He won the epic battle in game 6 and then was completely untroubled yesterday. So why not try to just sort of put the match to bed completely by winning game 8 as well?
Yeah, so it's not only about the score, which is very comfortable, right? But the kind of the psychological advantage is there. Imagine he doesn't win game 6. Still, we would say like Jan suffers a lot with black and then has no power to put any pressure whatsoever with white. So it still would be kind of Magnus's initiative in the match. And here he has the initiative plus...
Yeah, plus the extra point, which
one.
is obviously not nothing at all. And important questions in chat already. Will there be drinking today? We kind of...
Yes.
If the game, we still feel slightly self-conscious about drinking kind of early on, but if this is a reasonably long game, I am planning to indulge. And hey Neil, and so I think is Miro. Should Nepo not play d5 today, King's Indian or Grunfeld? I think you don't it's not really time for Jan to completely change the match strategy, which, I mean, to a very serious degree, he's working. It's just that, he lost that game, which was there were a lot of ups and downs in game 6. There was a short period towards the first time control where he was significantly better even. So I don't think there is any particular reason for him to change the match strategy in game 8 when he's trailing by one point. 2 or 3 games before the end of the match, maybe then you start playing sharper openings, but not yet, no. Yeah, we feel self-conscious about drinking, says Peter. Meanwhile, Miro takes a large gulp from the beer can. I don't think that's beer. I think that's some kind of an energy drink, judging from what I could see.
Yeah, it is an energy drink. I feel like I need a lot of energy for another 130 plus moves game.
Yeah.
So opening discussions, opening predictions. King's Indian will not happen. It's never happened in the World Championship matches, and it never will. Kidding.
Yeah,
of course,
I was about to kind of become extremely surprised because I'm sure there were some King's Indians somewhere. No, actual 0 games.
Of course. No. I didn't bother to check, but I mean, just come, with bold statements, with no research whatsoever. That's kind of a modern era of, doing things.
Yeah. But I mean, clearly, it hasn't been played a lot in the World Championship matches. I'm actually
like I wouldn't be surprised if the number was like in single digits. But yeah, but there must be some games. Spassky played King's Indian again.
I mean,
Yeah.
Tal
Yeah,
with Botvinnik.
Spassky played King's Indian
won.
against Petrosian, and there must have been some other. Of course, the famous Botvinnik Tal games. Yeah, the Knight f4 game in particular is a very very famous example. But yeah, not a very popular choice. But yeah, I think it's maybe, Magnus might not play a Catalan today. I think maybe Magnus just shows an idea. I keep on coming back, like, we won't really be proven true if it happens today, but it would still be quite cool if we had one Ragozin in the match, right? Just a random Ragozin somewhere to confirm that we weren't entirely talking out of our ass when we mentioned that this is a possible opening. But yeah, I'm expecting something similar to what we've been seeing so far.
So you think he will kind of find another offbeat Catalan, so to speak, right? I mean, not the forcing line, not the, say, sacrifice the pawn 95 line that we've seen, because that apparently is thoroughly analyzed by then. But something different, something like he can push, or maybe come with a little bit of a surprise and ask questions.
And yeah, people are saying, I wish this stream was in Russian. There is a Russian Levitov Chess stream with very stellar lineup of commentators as well. And to all the people who are, I'm sure, already lining up to bemoan the absence of Vladimir Kramnik, I think he is flying to Moscow today, as far as I know. And he will definitely make an appearance in the Russian stream. But we can also hope that maybe he does a guest appearance at some point from the Moscow studio. But I mean, technical possibilities are endless these days. So we might see him on this stream as well. But he's definitely planning to take more part in the general Levitov chess activities, but a kind of a more hands-on approach from the Moscow studio. Yeah, I don't know why 1d4 is still on the board.
Because we suspect it will be the move.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah.
Yeah. So if Magnus goes e4, what will happen? Will Nepo repeat the
I think so. I think the same thing applies. I think today, in particular, with the way game 6 and 7 went, I think for Jan, if he makes a reasonably comfortable draw today, he will be. I mean, the mini set of 3 games definitely did not go according to plan, but not losing today is of very, very, paramount importance. And we're not suddenly starting to play like the Caros and the Frenches today. I think this comes later, if it does come.
Yeah. It's interesting how we, I mean, I think it has something to do with people's psychology in a way, right? Like we all of us, not me and you, but all of us, we tend to adapt to the kind of the circumstances. And I like the way, or yesterday we were talking how he really needs to, or I was talking basically, he really needs to come up with a immediate comeback or no chance whatsoever. And today, or okay, he didn't win yesterday, and today comfortable draws enough.
Well, I mean,
and so on. And we can, prolong all of that till the last game or penultimate game. His last
possible,
white
yeah, but
game.
also obviously there is a huge difference between playing Magnus with white and playing Magnus with black. And but another thing I think that is probably true. I mentioned it on Twitter, and it's a little bit of a clickbaity tweet, of course. But Game 6 did prove that when Magnus kind of pushes hard, he does give you chances. He is not impervious to mistakes, in particular in time trouble, and his time management in this match has not been ideal, I would say. So if Magnus decides to repeat what he was trying to do in Game 6, we could once again see a scenario where there's a certain point in the game where Jan might have a chance to actually fight for to assume the initiative, and he clearly missed that chance in Game 6. He first of all, he didn't seize the advantage, and then eventually lost a position which the heartless machine convinces us was drawn kind of throughout, even though it was very, very difficult to believe commentating on it live. But there might be chances. So,
all right, same as game 2, by the way.
mm-hmm.
Same as game 2. So the only black game where Jan had zero chances whatsoever was this Petrov, right? But it was kind of a very linear development. So that, I mean, that it is a forcing line, and Magnus went for that, and basically you just had to make all the good moves to make a draw, which Jan did. And in both games where actually there was an actual fight,
he had his chances,
Jan wasn't without.
Yeah, and I think he really won't mind. Like, I think he's okay with either outcome of the opening. A very, very easy equality, which he sort of will know how to deal with. And yeah, we do get 1e4 today, which we're kind of predicting against. If he just equalizes very cleanly and has no trouble whatsoever, and it's a kind of a, semi-res day, he doesn't mind that. And if it's a very complicated game where he might get a chance to actually strike back, he very, very clearly also doesn't mind that as well, because he does need chances to win a game somewhere. And yeah, Magnus goes 3d4. 3d4. So already a change from game 4. Yeah, knight takes e4 is very much the main line in this position these days. E takes d4 exists, but nobody really plays this anymore. Yeah, the answer to your question, Siddhartha, is no. I did mention it on air. I was kind of waiting if maybe chat can help me out there, but seems like no. And this is a kind of an interesting turning point. d5, I think they play d5 a lot more these days, hoping to get some kind of a playable position with less forcing variations. But knight take e5 is a more principled approach. It's just that I think currently this is supposed to be quite equal. I think they figured out, at least according to sort of quote unquote main theory, they figured out how to equalize here. But people have been trying all kinds of things here, and
you know what, Peter? I have a strange theory. Oh, but not a theory, but let's call it an experiment in imagination. Magnus goes and makes a draw in 2 hours today.
Okay.
Imagine. And then what happens to Jan? I mean, it's weird, but it's sort of a statement in a way. So I don't care all that much about white because you cannot press me with your white pieces. I mean, I don't think he'll do this, but if he would, I mean, it's still not a very.
It isn't. But
so you would prefer him to press and you solve all the issues and make a draw, and not like he's forcing a draw because he doesn't care. I mean, that's some sort of a mind game, I can imagine. Like if he just says, "Okay, I don't care all that much. I have my +1 and I will keep it."
And
it's
honestly, knight d7, bishop d7, knight d2. I am suddenly rating my Talisker chances much, much lower today.
As very low,
this is not
specifically
knight d2 because this position is actually very lively and it featured a lot of very interesting games. Like I remember there was the 2019 World Cup, right, where Nikita Vitugov beat Wesley in this line.
That's actually an exceptionally
that was a beautiful game, and so well prepared and also so well played by Nikita. I was just in awe watching it, because you don't very often just outplay Wesley from a position which is supposed to be nothing very much at all for you. And that was a very, very
and also Wesleyan position,
and a position that Wesley generally understands very well and plays very comfortably. There's also knight d7, bishop d7, and knight c3 here, which is sort of the old school way of trying to get an advantage in this position with like bishop queen h5 ideas. There's queen h5 itself. You can also just castle here. There's a lot of things you can do, but knight d7, bishop d7, knight d2, knight d2, bishop d2. This looks very, very dry. Just very, very dry. And it actually kind of brings us back to your, 5 minutes ago it was a theoretical point that you were bringing up. It's sort of no longer theoretical. It's very much not theoretical at all anymore. Because it does feel like Magnus is basically saying, the old, not exactly, but sort of close to what they used to say about the Brazilian football team, right? You score however many you want. Yeah, you can. Yeah, we will score.
And we will score
as many as we want.
Want.
And Magnus is basically here saying that, the actual number values to those two things are 1 and 0. I want to score 1, and I know you will score 0, and I have already scored my 1 victory in this match, and I don't really care about the rest. I might be, underselling this position a little bit. But honestly, even much more scary positions of this type normally get equalized. And this one doesn't look that pressing.
Yeah, so the only thing I can think of is like who's fast playing queen h5 or queen h4. That's the only thing I can think of. Because bishop d6, I would maybe be a little bit interested in trying to play queen h5. So that you cannot castle short. If you give, probably you just give a check castle alone and you don't care.
Yeah, something like queen e7.
Check.
I guess bishop e3,
I thought king f1 even. Like I even thought king f1, so that after castles there is rook e1 and you cannot play queen f6. Question mark. Yeah, you cannot. Bishop e6. You don't care. Maybe you do care. Takes.
But unfortunately, maybe I care in all the wrong ways. Yeah.
No, but wait a second. But why do you take on f6? Can't you? I think bishop f5 wins the pawn, right? Rook e6. Wins not the pawn,
yeah, pretty
but
much everything. Yeah. But obviously, this is a completely made up line, and I'm sort of regrettably I am half expecting queen e2 check in this position. I'm really hoping I'm wrong, but I'm kind of half expecting queen e2 check in this position. Magnus has done this before, and we've, the first time this happened, and I remember it was kind of awkward because game 12 of the New York match, I was doing commentary for that with Gusti from the Hamburg studios for Chess24, and I was genuinely very excited about game 12, and Gusti was, as we suspect might be this year as well, was actually Team Magnus. And he knew. But he couldn't tell me because, NDAs and stuff. And, there I am sitting in the office kind of, gleefully, now we're going to cover, the decisive game of the match. And Gusti kind of knew that the game will last like 25 minutes or however long it will take them to trade everything in the Rook e1 Berlin. And it was a shock in 2016 because generally you don't see, until then, we haven't seen Magnus do this very much. But we have seen him do this quite a bit since.
Yeah, and one may argue that it's a little bit too early for a 14
And also it's
match.
a little bit early until queen e2 check happens. Like if he plays queen h5 here, it's a whole different story because sometimes these positions are not entirely equal. Like some kind of a position like this, if you can actually stop the black king from castling queenside, I don't know, queen d7, and you make some kind of a clever move here. Maybe bishop g5 actually works. Yeah.
Bishop g5.
If black is forced to play bishop b7, like black is never forced to play bishop b7 here, but just to explain the structures, like some position like this is just not equal. With like rook e5, rook f1,
some queen e5, bishop f5. You might as well just put black in a very awkward situation immediately, or some f4 instead of c3, right?
But even without trying to win material straight away, I'm just saying structurally with the bishop on d3 against the bishop on e6, and those two pawns in the center, if white has control over the e file, this is very far from equal. So there could very easily be quite a lot of play left in this game. But if we do see queen e2 check queen e7, then it's a kind of a statement that I just don't believe I will lose a game in this match. And I'm very okay with having an extra rest day. And I mean, it's his title. He can do whatever he wants to. He castled. That's interesting because you're allowing
Castle
Queen
short,
H4,
yeah.
but I'm guessing you have some kind of a good and castles is an actual indication that this is a game. I think.
Hang on, Queen H4.
Yeah, I think we go
maybe
G3,
G3
and
is
if you
the thing.
take, we have Bishop C3, Bishop G7. No, this is very much a game. I mean, it's still a very symmetrical position, and I suspect White is not much better, if better at all, if Black plays correctly. But this is, at least he is trying something today. Yeah, and of course you can include Rook E1 check, as people in chat are pointing out. Yeah.
Rook E1, I thought King F8 and then take the bloody pawn, and you don't have. I mean, it might be very dangerous for Black, but it's a pawn up, so if you don't play Bishop E6 but go King F8, G3, Queen D4, Bishop C3, Queen whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, you could try this. Yeah, it's because I think specifically.
I mean, I'm not saying it's
specifically because
bad.
you have
I'm
this
just
move,
explaining why I decided to go G3 and not E1.
Yeah, I think I would also prefer to do this because I think nobody is going to take this away from us. But there might be a reason for not driving the king to f8. Specifically this reason, because now it becomes a full-blown pawn sacrifice. And yeah, there will be some compensation, but...
I mean, but the thing is, in the other line, in my line, like all the moves are with the tempo. G3, Bishop C3, Bishop G7, and then you are free to give
absolutely,
a check.
That's exactly the point. I assume even here Black probably plays something like Queen G4 and claims.
Yeah, Queen G4 and probably
I
does
guess the king actually goes towards
Rook
D1,
E1,
D8,
king
I think.
somewhere, yeah. But then I can go Bishop E2.
There's Bishop G5 check. Yeah, okay.
And you still can't take the pawn, I mean, I'm not saying it's something, but once again, it's just to get the game. Yeah, King F8. And then
and White has a kind of a strange choice here because you can obviously trade, but then it's extremely equal despite the Black losing the right to castle. When the queens come off in a position like this, it's just nobody really
who cares, yeah.
And if you want to keep the queens on, you probably do have to give up on d4, and you play something like, I don't know, Queen C1. And Black isn't even obliged to take immediately because H5, H4 is a very serious topic here with the pawn on G3 and the bishops where they are, and the rook, actually might start making sense on H8.
I would still prefer Bishop E2 perhaps. So at least forcing to take and then play C3 and maybe, depending on where the queen goes, maybe Queen B3 or something.
I guess, yeah, Queen B3, Bishop C6.
Yeah, like Queen B3, Bishop C6.
Some kind of Bishop
maybe
B5 or something.
Here. Yeah, but I don't, with all honesty, I mean, I don't really believe
it shouldn't be all that big, but it seems playable because Bishop B5 is an annoying move. We have to remove the Bishop on C6, but then we definitely have play against the Black Queen side. I'm actually half seriously considering the move G5 here to be able to play King G7 because you don't want to be playing G6 and allowing the check. But G5 in this position, I will be able to play
G5, takes. Okay, we go.
Black is still a little bit worse, but maybe it's not that bad. Yeah, play Queen F5, H6, I don't know, Rook B8, B6.
C4 though?
Yeah, C4 is good. C4 is good.
C4 here, I mean, if you can't play D4, I mean, you might, in fact. But it's dangerous for Black. One has to assume it's dangerous.
Yeah, this is not nothing, and obviously we are very much getting carried away. But the point is, if you continue playing completely symmetrically, you will have to play F5 in this position. Because I don't think you can give up the pawn on D5. There are some lines in the pattern where you can actually give up this pawn, and
there are some lines where you're playing F5.
If you play F5, I guess the normal point here is White goes Queen F3, attacks this pawn again, semi-forces C6, plays Bishop F4, and claims this bishop is better than this bishop. It's not very much. I suspect a position like this is closer to equality than it is to any kind of significant advantage. But
you know what? There was also instead of bishop f4, there was also an argument for c4 immediately, because I don't think you can take with the bishop on d7.
They do
so you have
sometimes
to
take,
play.
but yeah, it's a good move. Yeah, it's a good move.
But it sounds dangerous, right? And if bishop e6, then you probably include c5, and then you play rook e1, and then
Absolutely,
you play bishop
yeah.
f4. So that would be a much better version.
I like this sequence quite a bit. Like, this is the absolute maximum you can get, but this now is a very legitimately a big advantage for white.
Yeah, I mean, it is better, right? I mean, nobody knows if you win it or not, but it is better
absolutely.
for ages.
And let me just, as a kind of a brief historical something, the line I was talking about, there's a very, very old line in this position which people used to discuss, which goes like this. And here Black quite happily castles and plays g6 and then bishop c6 or queen c7. I think queen c7 was supposed to be the more precise move. I had this position. This used to be like a very important theoretical discussion. I think in the mid 90s to maybe late 90s. I think I had this against Vlad himself once, and I think maybe against Artur Yusupov once. And this used to be an important position. I haven't looked at it with modern computers at all, so I don't know if it is still supposed to be playable or not. But positions like this are possible. But in the game, if you give up a pawn like this, there is no weakness on c3. You will play bishop c6, white will reply with something like queen g5, eventually stabilize, and it's just a healthy extra central pawn. So it's probably completely unplayable. Which is why Jan is now thinking, because of course he would like to keep the symmetry here, but it's a commitment. It's a commitment if you play castles.
And so the alternative would be, once again, move the queen. We said queen h4. That's something.
Yeah, I think the main two moves here are castles with the idea of just green and bearing it with f5. It's not that bad. Like it's not something you probably want to have against Magnus all that much, but it's not that bad. Or you play queen h4. You choose on the course of action against g3. We haven't actually looked at this properly. Like there's queen g4 here, so that to make you at least trade queens before you win the g7 pawn back.
Yeah, maybe this is nothing special, right? So like takes
bishop
rook
f6,
g8.
though. Yeah, maybe it's awkward because h7 is hanging and h5 bishop h7 is an exchange, right?
Wins the exchange,
it's
right?
Just an exchange, so.
So it's extremely hard to protect h7, or maybe.
I think h7 actually gets picked up next move because I don't see how you defend it. What about queen f6 or queen f6? Miras is correct. Queen f6 is another thing that they sometimes do in these positions. With, I assume, the intention of meeting rook e1 check with bishop e6, but this might be a bit awkward after queen h5 because you obviously cannot castle kingside, but you also cannot castle queenside, or at least you are. It's a positional exchange sacrifice, which might not even be all that horrible here, but it's a commitment. And once again,
bishop f5.
Specifically because of bishop f5. I think if Black were in time, let's say we make some kind of a very stupid move like b3 and Black plays, I don't know, g6 and king b8. This one I think is playable for Black. But this one I think is much worse, because once one of the pair is traded off, it's much easier for white to consolidate.
Could we... no, that's too much. I mean, I thought could we include g6 before capturing the bishop, but there is queen h4.
Yeah.
That's kind of bishop d8, g6. Yeah.
We can play g6 here. Ask the queen... no, I've just blundered this, but maybe it's playable, no?
I mean, maybe this is playable, right?
Somehow.
Unless, bishop g5. Ooh.
This actually works. This is so cool. I thought
so.
Because Black has so many seemingly, incredibly important threats, but none of them actually do anything. I think you have to play queen g7,
queen g7.
But then we'll play queen f5, and we're very happy about life.
We will find a square, because queen f3 is perfectly fine.
Queen f3 maybe is even stronger with additional threats of bishop f6. Yeah, because I was kind of planning to claim that I'm better even in this position, but including bishop g5, queen g7 is just so great. And yeah, in this position, for instance, black. Yeah, the queen.
I'll
The
just
queen still
take,
has
no
no check, so you
checks.
cannot avoid the heavy material losses. And yeah, I think Jan is doing the right thing here because, it looks like it shouldn't be anything at all, but as is often the case in these types of symmetrical positions, the fact that you do have your extra tempo, by virtue of playing the white pieces is not nothing, so you do have to pay attention. Is it logical for Nepo to risk with black in this game? Not out of the opening. I think, let's say, if they get to move 30 with some kind of a position which still allows for, double-edged play, and he has a choice between something that is a very safe equality with 0 winning chances and some kind of a mess with some winning chances, then maybe he chooses a mess. But I think, right now his priority needs to be just to make sure he is not worse, if possible.
Should we say not from this opening, Peter?
No, I don't think this opening is as cut and dry as people think. This line is, though. Yeah, this is Magnus is taking the whole "I am not going to let you have any fun" concept very, very seriously today. Yeah, and this is sort of one of the most unpleasant combinations of things you can do to a person in Jan's match situation in general, I think. Because you're telling him you're going to have 0 winning chances, and this will look boring, and you will not enjoy a moment of it. But also, you probably have to play with at least some precision not to be worst. Like, if Magnus does this and then plays Queen E2 check, Queen E7, Queen takes E7, Jan is a little bit annoyed, but he also doesn't mind very much because, his working day is 1 hour and, he gets to go away and prepare for a white game in game 9. But if Magnus plays castles here and Jan realizes there are now, actual choices to be made and some of them will be wrong and you might actually end up not equalizing, this has to be quite annoying. People are saying that Bishop d6 already was a bit of a mistake. Which is, I was going to mention that, but then, Jan played it so quickly that I sort of assumed that he knows something. Bishop d6 didn't look like it was the only possible move in the position, for sure. You could definitely make an argument for like Queen e7 check and long castles, or Queen h4 first, or any kind of thing.
Yeah, but then look, Peter, Knight d2 is not a move you're utmost concerned about with black, right? So you probably don't look at that very serious, if at all.
Mm-hmm.
And by look, you're not analyzing. Maybe you even put it on the board or on the computer screen and check, okay, and it says equal whatever you do. And when it is on the board, it's very tempting
to just play Bishop d6,
to just play a symmetrical move. So I'm just trying to, not questioning that Bishop d6 might be a serious inaccuracy. I'm just trying to explain how it happens. And then when you actually get to a bad position, you kind of rewind back and you understand, okay, there was forced, there was semi-forced, and I'm an idiot to just play this Bishop d6.
I'm wondering if he could even maybe have had time enough to play g6, castles Bishop g7, Rook e1 check, Bishop e6, and then just castle kingside.
Bishop b4,
that you should not.
Bishop b4, and then what? You'll have to play Bishop
maybe
f5.
now I can castle queenside, but that's
strangely kind of another castle.
I'm not very happy about this. But yeah, Queen e7 check is people are saying why hasn't he played Queen e7 check? Queen e7 check is not the most natural move in the position. In particular, when you consider that the follow-up after Bishop e3 is probably you either castle long, which does lend itself to becoming kind of sharp and unclear, or maybe the actual pawn grab works. But we were, told from a very, very young age not to engage in things like this. So I think he would be extremely reluctant to even think about this for more than 3 seconds. Maybe machines like this. Maybe machine just plays, long castles here and says there is no mate in chess and I'm a pawn up. But yeah, it's not that easy. It's very hard to criticize bishop d6. Even though, yeah, as we are now being told, this is sort of like line number 6 on Sesey's screen. Jan doesn't know that. He's just making the most natural move in the position. Queen e7, bishop e3, queen d8, bishop d2. Yeah, that's clearly a joke he's in, and yeah, I suspect this is actually fine for black. I mean, these types of positions, with no hooks for white to start like opening up files on the queen side, we just play king b8, bishop d6, and we're probably just completely fine, unless queen h5 is painful. Queen h5 might be painful in this particular position because of all the usual problems that we have here. But yeah, I don't blame him too much. But maybe he blames himself by this point. And maybe he is now thinking, why haven't I spent more time on that move?
Yeah. Can we go back to castling queen h5 f5 because there is one line to look at. People said queen f3 c6, and then after my very clever c4,
maybe now we can go, yeah, we can play queen h4.
h4 is the thing. Yeah.
So
queen h4 is the thing, which isn't the end of the line because bishop c3.
But I guess queen g4 is quite good.
Yeah.
Queen g4 is quite good, yeah.
It kind of is the end of the line. Yeah.
Which means that in this position we either have to spend a tempo on something like g3, which I'm not a
big fan of. No, probably bishop f4.
Yeah.
After all, yeah, your bishop f4 is right, but this is a little bit
okay,
less.
Jan is in a good mood today.
Well, what?
Jan is in a very good mood today. We like those. And the point, of course, is after queen f3 you can play bishop g4. I'm pretty sure this is the point.
Yeah.
And queen d5, bishop h2.
h5 people arrive.
Yeah.
People who just left after 92 arrives back after h5.
Arrive is definitely the way to think about this. I don't know if it's a good move, but it's a move I'm very happy to see. This much we know. And I assume once again, like, another thing is that having played h5, you probably just blitz out king f8 in this position.
I mean, yeah.
Like, you haven't played h5 to play bishop d6 and defend some kind of a slightly worse position after bishop f5. Even though, like, how much worse are we even? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's just fine.
I mean, just for I think I have to mention that bishop g6 exists after bishop e6. I mean, it's probably a silly move to play.
Yeah, well, after queen f6, you're not taking on h5, are you? Are you?
I do. I mean, that was the whole point. I do, and castle.
No, but like, there's immediate issues with this idea, I think, which are, yeah. I don't think it works out, but it's interesting that your mind went there. The pawn grab is real today.
The pawn grab mindset is real.
But, yeah, h5. I mean, I'm not entirely convinced king f8 is necessary, but having played h5, it feels like it's much more in the spirit of what Jan is trying to do here. If you just play king f8, follow it up with queen f6, and say, this is a perfectly safe king, I don't need to give you any piece trades.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me, what mood are we in today? Or rather, Magnus, because I can see we can play queen f3.
Check.
I mean,
not check. Garde.
Maybe after check.
Garde.
Check and maybe queen e3 here. Yeah, king f8.
I'm not trading anything. I'm playing for whatever it is that I'm playing for. I'm not sure. Like, I feel slightly weird saying this is playing for a win with black, but it sort of is.
Okay, so, and the other thing I could have done is playing queen e1 check instead of queen f3, if I'm really, a party pooper.
Ah.
And bishop b4. And
Whoa.
say, I mean, that's why
Whoa.
e2e1.
You are a horrible
A
person.
killjoy, yeah, I know.
You are truly a horrible person, Miro.
No, but I mean, if one of the parts of the plan was not to lose, so this part is accomplished
pretty
when I
much,
play
yeah.
bishop f.
You probably also
bishop
don't
b4.
win, but yeah, you definitely don't lose, yeah.
Do I care?
Yeah, we probably don't care very much. Yeah. Like a3,
takes queen d2,
and then we take
maybe.
and play queen b4.
Yeah,
and we're actually a little bit better
that's
with white,
it.
which is even less fair. I mean, it's probably a draw after takes and a6, but we are a little bit better with white with this bishop against this bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop before rook h6, somebody says. Yeah, it's also a possible reaction, but yeah, very possible reaction. I don't know, takes queen e5.
I mean, takes queen e5, or once again queen b4, rook e1.
And just in general, the moment the bishop on d6 is traded off, yeah, all kinds of excitement is pretty much off the board for black yet again. And the way to prevent it would be to play queen e7, but then again, you're not going to be having very much fun. Even though I suspect it equalizes very comfortably here.
It kind of does.
I mean, the issue with queen e1 check is not actually king f8. It's that we placed our queen on such a weird square that after queen e7 we will be more or less obliged to actually trade the queens.
But
of course,
never worse, right? I mean, not like I go bishop g5.
You can do pretty much.
You'll have to take and go king. F6. F6 I saw check and bishop e3, and it's hard to say who is like. We are both kind of a bit awkward with our queens, but I'm not sure if black's is necessarily better placed. F5.
Yeah,
though.
F5, and maybe I actually collect this guy on.
And the bishop, all those, that's not very good.
Yeah.
After this check, maybe I had to trade after all. Maybe I had to trade. Well, actually,
take and give a check, maybe even.
Give a check.
The king probably goes to f8. I guess the bishop drops back.
Mm-hmm. You mean he still can play?
But it doesn't really do very much because we're never going to be able to approach this bishop.
Yeah.
G5. The bishop is kind of It looks weird, but black has no pieces that can ever attack it. You can trade it via e8 if you're very lucky, but you can never actually win it.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting a bit carried away. Queen e1 check would be honestly after the initial shock of Magnus just going for this. I would like to describe it as Scandi minimalism. the kind of a Scandi minimalistic approach to the opening. I think after h5, queen e1 check is sort of a bailout too far. I don't think unless there's just absolutely nothing here that he can do, I don't think he is too interested in.
Yeah, people say c4, which might be, in fact, not a bad.
Yeah, it's a very logical
idea.
move. Yeah,
right.
We are taught from a very early age to reply to some kind of a flanking maneuvers with a renewed fight in the center, and c4 is the way to go about things. I mean, queen h4 probably becomes a bit more playable now, if nothing else. Although, I mean, I'm not sure. Like the exact same position with the inclusion of h5 and c4.
Bishop c3.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I think about this.
The funny thing is, Peter, so that if we take on g4, I say pawn takes, and we take on g7. After
it's the same problem, yeah.
He's actually trapped
it's
exactly the same way.
But you probably play rook h5 here, I think.
Yeah, you can play rook h5 and protect the d5 pawn. No, and then it's a check on e1. Can't play bishop e6.
Yeah,
because
this is
I'll
very
take.
clever, yeah. stops bishop e6 completely because of this double attack.
Yeah.
So black has to play. Yeah, this is ugly now. If we have to play, yeah, this.
It is ugly. Yeah, check here,
Yeah,
and,
just
and
play a
there'll
move,
be
yeah.
some.
This is not very good. This is not very good. So I guess not queen h4. We can take and play queen f6. We can also play queen f6 straight away. Let's try this here. Just takes, and play queen f6.
Mm-hmm. And then I have to try to stop you from
you probably
castling
want to be
long specifically, right? So rook e1.
Rook e1, I wanted to just put it on f8 as usual in these types of positions.
But yeah, but that's your. I don't know. It doesn't seem that you're attacking for real.
Not really,
with
no.
black, right? So my pawn's not on g3, so like h4 you can play, but doesn't do an awful lot. So queen b3,
queen b3 looks very logical.
And once again, keeping an option of bishop b4 if things are getting too spicy. For the time being, I'm probably threatening to take on b7.
That's a bit questionable. Like if I play h4 here and you take on b7 and I play bishop c6, maybe I do develop something on the king side. This is a kind of a clever move, I thought, because this obviously loses the queen. And if the queen has to go somewhere,
obviously blundered the whole idea.
I thought maybe something like this will work out. Even though white always has at least a bailout with bishop b4, bishop f7. But
wasn't queen f2?
Yeah, maybe I can do it. Takes the smarter way. Yeah, queen f2.
Strangely,
I'm not sure though, because this actually protects against everything, right?
No, there is no queen g3 at all. No.
Yeah,
never mind. h3, rook takes, hg.
Yeah.
No.
We can start with h3, but then we no longer have the option of bishop takes h2, and I don't see any mate in this position. So.
No, I mean, I think the b7 pawn grab is just too
probably.
arrogant. I mean, I have to. Queen b3 I still kind of like, but then after h4 I will have to think a little.
Yeah. Much as I was making fun of your bishop before earlier, here I actually kind of like it. Just to trade away some attackers, and then we can try to go in with white. Yeah, and there is a very heated discussion in chat regarding queen e7 checking instead of bishop d6, which I understand is an interesting point for like future theoreticians. But we actually do have a fun position on the board, and I think what we have on the board right now is more fun than queen e7 check. So, yeah, a two-person discussion, but it's very heated. I stand by my description. We probably shouldn't be very sad that Jan chose what he chose. Okay, back to h5.
Yeah, after h4, rook e3, I actually do.
Where were we? I'll find it. Yeah, h4 or rook e3 even.
Now, instead of bishop b4, some rook e3 was
this is
recommended.
Also quite interesting. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Actually, a question if I can play rook f3 after h3.
Bishop h2, I assume, is the question, right? Takes.
Yeah.
We probably can, right? Because this looks like it might be a couple of checks, but not more.
I mean, the moment you take h3 to g2, it looks scary. But when I take back, it's already not.
Yeah, there's always d5 or even bishop d5 maybe.
Very important resource, yeah.
So yeah, c4 is very principled. Apart from c4, the usual question, do we want to include rook e1 check when we are talking about all of these lines or not? I suspect we don't, because yet again, this at least slightly improves black's positions in these lines, because g7 is not hanging after bishop c3, so you get...
Here at least bishop e2 and I'm capturing back the pawn, right? Even though queen
g6 probably, and then h4 if you actually spend the tempo, yeah.
And then h4. And now you're attacking.
The king on f8 is quite safe in general in these types of positions, and With a pawn on g3, h5, h4 does become a very serious topic. So yeah, I think if we want to play c4, we probably play it now, because we can, including rook e1 check later is actually simpler than including c4 later. It might at least turn out to be simpler. c4, dc4, bishop c4, queen h4, g3, queen d4 is possible, but once again we come back to the whole topic of, how happy are you going for such like naked pawn grabs.
Queen e2.
We always go king f8 here, right? And then
king f8. Yeah, forget it. Yeah, queen e2 wasn't actually that smart.
I'm not sure. I couldn't find anything better either, because black really wants to go long castles. Like if you play queen b3 would have been a fantastic move, if not for potentially, probably even we can actually take because f8 is very, very safe. F8 is very safe. So dc4. Maybe
you know what? Bishop c4, queen h4, g3. Once again, queen h4, g3, queen d4, kind of as a bailout. Rook e1 check, king
bishop
f8, bishop b4, or bishop bishop f4. In fact, bishop f4 might not be a bailout, because then I take with rook a to d1.
Yeah,
and I might actually be optimistic about my chances, right? Here I cannot. That's the problem. And then the rook is hanging.
So you would be forced to take with this rook, and then it's much less. But actually in this position, and rook h6 is also forbidden to us. Yeah. Not only is there no bishop before bishop e1, we can also not play rook h6. So we have to play something like bishop c6 here, I guess, and then maybe rook e8, and maybe we hold, but.
Yeah, maybe it's fine still, but it's certainly fine for white as well. It's actually, after rook e8, I don't have
it's
all that. It's not a lot,
the bishop on 6 is a very strong piece, controlling d7 and just generally covering a lot of.
You'll just play king e7 next move. If I move the rook, you just go king e7 and threatening rook
that's
e8.
also quite clean,
Kind of threatening.
I don't know. I think this is also kind of okay.
Exists,
Probably. A very interesting position, despite its general symmetry. And also, we haven't mentioned the fact that the entire d file is occupied until now, which is something you don't see very often. The entire file has being occupied by pieces.
Yeah. I had a very funny formation once. So it was a Richter-Rauser line where, let me think, how could it happen? As black, I had pawns e6, e5, e4, backed up by bishop on e7, bishop on e8. So it was not a bad 5 in a row. It was a game against Kuprejcik that funny enough, I've managed to win with such a strange structure.
Yeah, that's not like the tripled e pawn in the center is not something you see every day.
And then a couple of bigger guys behind. Yeah, but the whole file being occupied once again. Yeah. It's not very often.
Yeah, I think you see it sometimes in those like Zuckertort type positions. Yeah, in this line.
And hang on a second, Rook e1 Berlin as well. Or exchange French. It doesn't happen on high level, but very often you can do it. Like Bishop d3, Knight d2.
In these types of positions, right? You get
Knight
this.
to d7, e3, let's say Knight d7, Bishop d3. Yeah. So in fact, it's not that uncommon.
Bivish says, body language expert here. Magnus doesn't look inspired today, but he is well rested and calm. My immediate reaction to anybody calling himself a body language expert in Twitch chat is assume the person is memeing, but maybe you're not, and maybe we are in the presence of somebody who's a specialist in this very, very specialized field. But we're not watching the video, so we can't really, we're not qualified to comment. Hey Crane, yeah, it is a big D file. Twitch reader specialist here. That guy is genuine, says Dread Muffin. Well played. well played. Yeah, the Queen E1 Bishop before idea. Somebody mentioned chat. Wouldn't it be great if Magnus played Queen E1? Miro spotted this 15 minutes ago, and we had a discussion about that, and I called him a horrible person. I think everything that needed to be said about it has already been said. Nothing needs to be added to that original exchange. It's a decent move, but the issue is Queen E7 just equalizes. Yeah, in terms of getting an interesting playable position, I think C4 is the sort of the early favorite. I don't particularly like anything else for white that we've discussed, at least. I don't know if... I mean, obviously we're missing some subtleties somewhere, but... yeah, C4 seems like the way to try to get somewhere, but we currently can't refute the extremely greedy approach of just collecting on D4. I assume F4 is never good in this position, right? Yeah.
Have a question. Yeah, but if we start with a check,
And
King F8, F4.
I just really hate the idea of playing F4.
I mean, you can actually take
Maybe
is too much.
Queen
yeah.
F3. No,
Take
Queen
is
F3
too
loses
much.
the H2. Why does this lose? Maybe it's not losing. Why is this bad?
Takes?
Or maybe Bishop F7 or something.
Yeah, I was thinking of
Queen
this,
and
but
Bishop
Queen
F5.
takes
Even
and
this
Bishop
doesn't
F5.
work. Nothing works.
Yeah.
So maybe this is playable. It's very greedy, but maybe this is playable. My bigger issue was, let's say Black just, I don't know, drops back to F6 or goes Rook E8 or... Yeah, specifically maybe this move. I just really, really hate the fact that we had to play F4.
Yeah, it's meh.
You generally don't want to be pushing this pawn in this square. It just makes White's position look a lot less harmonious immediately. Queen H4, Rook E1 check, King F8, Queen F3.
Queen F3. Yeah, people were
Whoa.
suggesting this. I don't quite understand how it works, but maybe it does.
So let's check some immediate things first. If we take and play Queen F6. I understand it's ugly, but it's a kind of an important pawn that we've won here.
G3.
Yeah, I was trying to calculate. I think I'm going to give a check and then play H4, right? King
F3 though.
Hang on.
Or Bishop F4. I mean, you might be.
Yeah.
You'll end up locked
so
with Bishop on H2.
We're kind of cost.
There was actually a Bishop H6 move, Peter, just for
for completeness sake, yeah. Okay. Mods. I call on you.
Maybe we should buy this person's
or that,
software. I mean,
that would be the other way to go. But yeah, I would rather just get rid of all this crap. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, I assumed you cannot just give up on H2, but maybe you can.
F4 immediately was suggested by Anna in feed channel.
You mean right this moment, or
right the moment after H5, I guess.
But I think the same thing applies. I just don't like that pawn on that square. I guess we give a check. I guess the point has to be that we've stopped Bishop E6 from happening, so we are forcing Black to lose castling right, but
I mean, unless you can convince me that the Petrosian thing works,
yeah,
which is rook e5. But
I'm going to pass. Yeah,
sounds
I think it's a little bit
over-optimistic.
like it's a beautiful idea. It always is a very nice looking, aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, imagine, Peter, imagine the queen is elsewhere, so we actually go rook a to e1 and put it on e5. That
Mhm.
could have been a different story, right? So we have, when you capture on e5, we have rook already on f1.
Yeah, this position.
Then maybe.
Yeah, this position would have been
then
playable for white,
maybe.
definitely. You would very, very seriously consider playing rook e5 here. But with rook back on a1, I think black has enough time to consolidate.
I mean, you'll probably just.
Yeah, also
just
we're probably not forced
we-
to take, right? We can probably just play around it. Just play c6, g6, king g7 and say, yes, you...
Play around
Yeah,
flame
yeah.
strike. Queen e1. Same
Play around
nonsense.
swipe?
I mean, I'm
No.
fighting for the file. I don't think it makes your situation better, by the way, the move c6, because queen e1, and then I'm taking with the f pawn, and still kind of all the
issues are
squares
still
covered.
there. So maybe I have a cleaner solution. I mean, queen f6 was...
Yeah, but I don't think. Yeah, I mean, I do know that we both enjoy analyzing such positions with, with material imbalance, but the probability of this happening on the board is extremely close
Yeah,
to
I
zero.
think f4 is not a move that Magnus makes without... Like, if Magnus blitzes out f4 here, it means that his team is somehow just, he hired precogs, and precogs told him that Jan will play h5 here, and then they analyzed h5, and f4 is somehow machine's first choice. But once he starts thinking, I think the probability of f4 appearing on the board instantly drops to near zero. That would be my assessment of that situation. I do like saying the word precog though, so I will continue doing it at, little to no provocation. Apparently my pronunciation is not that stellar because people are misspelling the word precog as pronounced by me. It's a concept which I think, as many other things, has originated from in a novel by Philip K. Dick, or possibly a short story which was made into a movie with Tom Cruise called Minority Report. But the concept, I'm sure, existed before then. Precog is somebody who has prediction powers. Somebody who sees the future.
Nerd force, yeah.
the
Exactly.
nerd force is strong in this. I mean, I have like a whole shelf of Philip K. Dick books, and even my drinking patterns have for years been heavily influenced by Philip K. Dick. So I think I told you this story, right?
Not really.
There's a Philip K. Dick novel.
Tend to forget stories.
There's a Philip K. Dick book called Scanner Darkly, which features a really weird, like, drug-related plot, where people at some point really lose track of who they are, chasing this new drug, which does strange things to your conscious. But yeah, and I read it in installments because for some reason it was translated and published in a Soviet youth magazine. Considering the subject matter, it was very, very surprising. It was the perestroika times, but still. And at some point, the characters in the book start discussing their music tastes and also their drinking tastes. And this is basically how I became a Janis Joplin fan. And I also, at the age of 14, and at that point I think I drank no alcohol at all. I didn't know the taste of anything. But I just told myself when I will grow up, I will drink exclusively Lafroig. because these people are drinking Lafroig and they seem to be enjoying it. And I grew up and I started drinking Lafroig, so, there you go. Не в музыке, реально в журнале «Юность».
A man of culture, yeah.
Peter actually grew up for this. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely make an argument that I'm very much fooling myself on that one, on that particular subject. But at least I pretended to grow up.
Are there any Soviet sci-fi books?
Definitely plenty. Some of them even good. Still waiting for a move and still kind of trying to figure out a new approach to this position we haven't discussed at least a little bit, because we seem to be covering the same ground over and over again.
Yeah. Peter, you seem to be a very knowledgeable man, so excuse me for half a minute and please handle the chat.
Sure. Hello, chat. Look, there's more of me. And there's also some stuff in the shot which shouldn't be in the shot. People suggesting Kentucky bourbon to me should be banned. Or at least timed out and made to sort of reconsider the error of their ways. Let me just... as usual, I want to kind of check up on how long this move has been taking Magnus, but there appears to be some... No, they're back live. Half an hour and counting, pretty much. So yeah, a very, very long thing here from the world champion. Yeah, I don't mind Ram. It's just that, we're sitting here pretending we're, people of culture and discussing the various brands of scotch, and then people, come in and start saying I should try Kentucky bourbon, even if it's a nice drink. I have tried Kentucky bourbon and I don't particularly like. I would much rather drink scotch. Let's put it like this. But also, in order to preserve our, much cherished elitist gatekeeping style of streaming, I would like to suggest that Kentucky bourbon enjoyers in this channel have to be, ostracized. Or otherwise, why are we even doing what we're doing here? Are you surprised that Magnus is out of his prep here? Not particularly, no. I don't think you look at h5 very seriously. I wanted to say you generally don't look at this position very seriously because it's a sideline, but it's a sideline that Magnus chose, so he clearly spent some time looking at options Black has after the long castles. One thing I will say, though, is that because we've had people quote, Sese lines at us earlier, we do appear to have the suggestion that bishop d6 is far from the best move in the previous position where Jan had the choice, right? And maybe this explains why h5 came as a surprise. So you start looking at this position from the white side. You quickly realize that bishop d6 is not the best. And you spend more time checking the moves which appear to be equalizing, which I assume is queen e7 check, maybe g6, although I'm less sure about g6. Maybe queen h4 first. I don't even particularly want to know what was better than bishop d6 in this position. It's just that bishop d6 is not the main move here. And then after bishop d6, you check castles. You check all the most obvious options for black here, which are castles, queen h4. I assume maybe bishop e6, but mainly I think castles and queen h4. You figure out what the reply to those is, And then you kind of move on, because bishop d6 already is not that likely, because you expect your opponent to play well, you expect your opponent to make quote-unquote better moves in the position. So h5 is barely on your radar, maybe not on your radar at all. And then you end up in the situation that Magnus ended up in, where, this happens on the board and he has no idea. And I'm sure by this point he figured out he can bail out with queen e1 check. But he doesn't want to bail out because, it's a wide game he would like to press. I'm obligated to try Sevil's suggestion. I'm pretty sure that's some kind of Slivovica, right, Seville? I understand Slivovica is not a Polish drink, I think, but some sort of Slivovica type drink. I've had that, yeah. It's very nice. I do need to extend some protection to Bad Seed. Bad Seed is a close personal friend. Jake, don't. It's all done in good spirit. Jake has probably the quickest trigger finger in this chat, so I do want to make sure nothing dramatic happens to the people I want to be talking to us in this channel. Okay, now I'm in trouble with this. I don't know where to go from here. I feel like I'm bumbling my way through, falling into trap after trap after trap, and it's a Calamity Sunday or some such. Peter, are you an alcoholic? No. I understand it's not a question to which a person often knows the answer themselves, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. I do drink, but in moderation. Yeah, I very much endorse what Miro has done there. It's also really, really freezing where I am. I assume you just want it to be a bit warmer. I was kind of dying earlier today until I started putting more and more layers on, because it's like -15 outside and not very pleasant inside either.
Yeah. Answering the question that I've heard but wasn't on air yet. Yeah, who the hell is this moderation everyone tells me to drink with?
Yeah. Still waiting for Magnus to come up with some. We can continue analyzing c4, which seems to be the and actually I remember we were doing something interesting there, and then gave up and switched to something else altogether because chat mentioned the f-form of.
Yeah.
What country are you in where it's freezing? Haven't you noticed this is such an obvious Russian stream? Like, why is this even a question? We are. Flag waving,
right, so
carrying.
f7 is actually hanging for real.
F7
right?
is hanging, yeah.
Or so like if we take on h2 and go f6, how bad is that? I mean, queen d5, yeah.
Very, very,
it is
very
that
dangerous,
bad.
yeah. Also, kind of
is that bad,
important to note that queen h1 check. It looks like you might be getting some bishop g4 ideas in, but your queen is hanging, and queen e1. White will unpin themselves with the king takes. This is no longer a pin.
Like rook e8, bishop e3.
Rook e8, I think we probably even go forward. I don't see anything wrong with just continuing to go. Continuing to go up, because those combined threats of rook h1 and queen f7 appear to just win the game here. So queen h2, king f1 might already be difficult to recover from for black. If you play bishop e8, you have a feeling this is winning. I don't yet see how exactly, but you have a feeling this is winning. Probably just like check and then bishop e6, bishop e7, bishop g5.
Yeah,
that's queen d6 actually.
Oh, bishop g5, queen d.
Bishop d4,
d4 from the other side, queen h4. You're kind of still alive, and also there was an option of giving a check and going queen h4.
It's extremely weird that we can't immediately spot why this loses straight away, but
Hang on. If
Maybe we can go. Maybe we can
if
go from the
bishop
other side.
takes-
Surprisingly,
or
rook
this,
e1 and then
or
take this
yeah.
guy,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like take on b7
and then
in the
bishop
right
a6,
moment.
and this might be the end. Because you can give 2 checks, but now Miro's bishop e3 move is just extremely strong because the queen on b7 continues controlling the g2 pawn.
Yeah.
So yeah, but obviously, like once in your head, once as black you start having to consider bishop e8 in this position, you just very quickly move on to the next move because you kind of
Yeah. No, I mean you're losing, and the question is not
and
if,
you also
but when.
you also only won
Right.
one pawn
Yeah.
for it, so it's just nowhere near enough reward for the amount of risk that you're running here. The move that I would maybe revisit is this, and then maybe I would like to try to make this work, but I have a feeling the bishop actually doesn't come out. I was pinning a lot of hopes on this bishop h3 intermediary check because I'm pretty sure this is bad, but I was kind of hopeful I can make bishop h3 check, king e2 h4 work. But yeah, the king of 3 positions look kind of horrible because we don't get to the g3 pawn, and rook h1 eventually will just win a bunch of material. But then maybe there is no good reply to this. If you can't take on h2 with anything, and you have to retreat with queen f6, or I mean we more or less ruled out these types of positions because they look horrible.
Mm-hmm.
But then maybe the whole idea is just unplayable, which means that c4 is back on the list. Bishop g4 instead of h5 h4. Let me briefly check that, Nick, but I don't think that works. Let me find my spot. So we go here. You give this check, yeah.
But even if like king d3,
Yeah.
shall we really discuss this position? King d3, h4, bishop f4.
Yeah.
I mean, black's never better and quite possibly
Yeah,
lost.
I think it's the risk-reward ratio here that is so horrible for black, because you're not playing for a win this way. You are somehow hoping that this guy survives, and then white is still not worse because it's only one pawn and there's plenty of compensation and like threats against the things.
Yeah, black.
And also you probably are losing eventually. So yeah, this is just not a viable option. Even though it's probably stronger than what I was suggesting, I will give you that. But yeah, I don't like it very much.
Yeah, like rook h3, rook e3 here,
I
and
deleted everything because I wanted to clean. Whoa, okay. Miro wins something. You've won. Yeah,
predict the chicken move.
You've won some sort of a contest, but this is a bit of a letdown, honestly, because I think Jan just insta-plays queen e7 here. I think there's absolutely no reason to even flirt with these positions. These positions might turn out to be a little bit worse for black. This one, I don't think it does.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just very, very safe. And
so once again, remember there was some line with bishop g5.
Yeah, I think my mistake was I played f6 here. I think the cleanest way to do it is to
check and king f8.
And I will play f6 next move, so that bishop g6 is not a check, and then I will play king f7. And this way I will come out of the corner, yeah.
And I cannot stop you, cannot possibly stop you from
You can
doing
do this,
that.
maybe.
C4. Yeah, maybe. Okay, could I gun c4 just to try to play for an initiative? I mean, if you take,
I'm not out of the corner that easily,
easily.
but maybe I am out of the corner anyway, like f6 and bishop somewhere, yeah. And like g5,
I have
king
to
g7.
go to.
This is a very solid
g7,
setup.
yeah.
It's very difficult to create anything. I think bishop h4 is probably the best option white has, but you're just not winning very many of these positions. Whichever way you take, I don't know, king f7, h4. I mean, it's a kind of an anti-Berlin with rook e1, where, once again, this is a slightly better bishop, but there's so much material being traded off already that it's just, it's
a
just
draw.
Just a very easily held position for Jan. So yeah, I mean, if he wants to play on, he probably goes king f8 here. But queen e1 check is very, very heavily telegraphing what's happening next. You don't miss the idea of bishop b4 here. And I don't think you can realistically expect to have, much or really any winning chances in this position once the bishop on e6 is traded off. So I think you just take the pretty much guaranteed equality after queen e7. It's a good practical decision. The people saying he's been checking out, it's not like we were sure white is better after c4. It's just that some of the lines we were looking at seemed exciting and they were more fun to discuss than queen e1 check, so we were discussing them.
Yeah, but once again, maybe we are back to the discussion of risk reward. Maybe he has found a line where if he wants to play, he gives chances to Jan, and being +1, maybe he doesn't feel that he needs it really.
Yeah, I think that the combination of the two, like he feels.
Yeah, I mean, think of it like this: he was considered kind of universally acknowledged as the favorite before the match with 14 games to go and level score, right? So now after kind of quasi 2 days off and 1 proper day off, we'll have a match of 6 games where he's +1. I mean, so obviously he's a bigger favorite.
Yeah, and Neil is saying Jan's more likely to win 1-0 over 6 games than over 10. So, I guess the argument there, Neil, is that lower sample increases the variance. I guess, yeah, that would be what you're arguing. Maybe, but obviously, 0-0 before 14 and 1-0 before 6, you obviously take the 1-0. Regardless of the sample size, you want to be ahead in the match. Yeah. More hot takes by Peter Svidler at 11. Making Magnus bail out with Queen must be a moral victory for Jan, says Lex the Boy. Yes, but it's once again, exactly how important those little moral victories are is unclear. You still need to find a way to equal the score somehow, and this removes yet more games. Well, 1 game from the match. And some people are wondering why we aren't more biased in favor of Jan. For me, I've known both of them for a very, very long time. It's not that difficult for me to remain at least somewhat balanced when I'm doing coverage related things.
And genuinely just don't care about chess anymore, so
Question from if you were in Jan's position, do you think playing a risky odd move would be the way you went? Well, here, if you talk about this particular game and this particular position, I think I'm playing Queen e7, but in the context of the rest of the match overall, I think you need to start taking chances, and maybe sooner rather than later. But here, as I mentioned, I just don't believe Black will get.
There a risky
I just don't believe
move,
Black
though?
gets any kind of a winning chance if you play the non-standard King f8 here and the bishops get traded. So, provided with those two choices, you take the one which is guaranteed to equalize, instead of the one which occasionally will actually make you work for equality a little bit, even if it's not really all that much. Like some position like this we were discussing, I was making the move a3 here, but you can react to it in a number of ways. If you hate the idea of taking on d6 and queen b4, you can probably play a5 here, I assume, and then something clever. I don't know.
And
but that actually, once again, maybe you might end up being worse. But
with your king kind of uncastled.
Well, I was just curious, just
Maybe.
to make sure that the queens don't get traded.
But it's not happening once again. I don't think it happens. Magnus will just take on.
I'm pretty sure,
d6.
And Nikos is saying, I root for Jan for the sole reason of wanting to see Magnus play candidates again. The thing about that is he is sort of on the record saying he is pretty much every year that he has to play a World Championship match, he has given interviews saying he is on the fence about the whole World Championship cycle thing and might stop playing them any moment. And I didn't mock you at all. I said that Miro suggested it 15 minutes before you did, and we discussed it on air. I definitely didn't mock you. I kind of mocked the move a little bit, but not.
He's
not
okay.
you. It's a perfectly sensible suggestion, and Miro made it first, so you don't get as much credit as you would have done otherwise. But
You don't get mocked when I'm getting mocked. So.
It wasn't to do with you very much. Reasonably priced biscuit, not biscuit. Why did I say biscuit?
Mm.
It wasn't a biscuit. Probably because I think of biscuits, at most
Biscuits are
points
nice,
in life. What were we talking about? Biscuits, yeah.
Biscuits.
Now we can't really discuss anything else because biscuits have been brought up. How many books of World of Tanks did you read? Yeah,
World
3.5.
of Tanks, did you read?
And I'm very, very stuck because I'm really not enjoying it. Whoa, King of Fate! Hooray
King
for
to
that.
F8,
The game is
okay.
still continuing. We were talking about Magnus not really being in love with the current cycle. So my point was, if you're rooting for Jan because you want Magnus to play the candidates, what might end up happening if you get your wish is that Magnus just switches to playing tournaments he likes and just kind of completely removes himself from...
And also
and,
huge
thanks very
rate,
much,
Peter,
yeah,
while we're talking nonsense.
George has been doing this regularly, and we are eternally grateful because we get to say silly things. And I've watched Jorbs. Jorbs was in a very, very generous mood today. He, I think, donated a couple of runs to the general feeling of why not, which he doesn't do every day. And we're also in a kind of a similar mood today, I think, and maybe even the players are. Something happened to my stream, but maybe not. I don't know. Something strange happened on my live. Yeah, we appear to be live.
know.
Yeah, but thanks very much for the raid, Jorbs, and welcome to the Diggers. Yeah, there was a bit of a black screen there for a second, which I couldn't really understand because everything seemed to be in order. I haven't zero drop frames or anything. Bishop b4 played as expected. So, having played King f8, what do you think Jan wants to do here? Like, how does he proceed in order to, keep this? This I just
We get the
this
answer.
I just
It's
don't
Queen
understand
E7.
at all, honestly.
Yeah. You know what? After a3... No, it doesn't change very much. I thought a3 you can actually take on e1 and you preserve the structure, but what's the...
I see some I see some Fs in chat, but I'm like I have the stream open on a second machine. It seems to be running it. Yeah.
Yeah, just refresh, guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that works.
No, but this
Just
is.
refresh.
Don't you think this is a very strange sequence? No, Queen e7 specifically
E7?
after King f8, Bishop b4.
Well, I mean, it is kind of strange, but at the same time, is it bad? I mean, it's a strange way of doing things, but maybe it kind of achieves the same. I mean, if you take on d6, you take on d6. I don't really care which square I'm taking d6 back from.
No, but
And if you
yeah.
don't, what else do you do? a3, I can take on on e1, play rook h6, maybe, claiming that this is absolutely equal.
yeah. Something like this. Yeah. I mean, rook e5 is a bit annoying actually.
Yeah,
E5
rook
is a bit
e5,
annoying.
the thing that
No, but like
I've
I just
missed,
don't understand why this would be stronger than the immediate Queen e7. I'm sure nothing particularly bad is happening to black in this position. I'm just wondering why you would choose this over the same move here, because I think, if you have a piece in this position for black which is better than its counterpart, it's the bishop on d6 against the bishop on d2.
It's the bishop on d6.
So why,
exactly,
if you want the queens off, why are you offering white the chance to trade the pair of bishops, which is actually a bit better on your side?
Are you sure he takes with the bishop, though? I mean,
yeah,
it's probably
yeah,
not
that
a
is
big
also fair.
deal, but yeah, you can take with the king, check
Mhm.
bishop
Yeah,
e6,
fair.
which is that more comfortable,
yeah.
maybe.
But I mean, all of these positions are very, very level, and I assume there's not very much life in them. But yeah, I mean, I am confused, but I also don't want to oversell my confusion too much, because I think it's fairly relevant. Positions will be quite balanced. I think maybe doing it this way, he is, quote unquote, tempting Magnus to continue playing with like bishop 6, queen d6 and some kind of a move. But he's just not going to be better even here. I don't know. Even if I just do the most straightforward things here, I'm not remotely worried about h3, because like rook e3, rook e1, there will never be any attack on the king side here. There are no attackers. Nothing will be attacking the white king side here, because there's nobody there to attack it. And there will be mass trades along the e file. And honestly, you probably need to be a little bit accurate here with black. It's not a difficult task, but if anyone needs to be a bit careful here, it's not white. We'll see. We'll see.
So, as the meme goes, wait, it's a draw, always has been. Right? I mean, this position, because some people realize, I mean, if queens are traded, it's 100% draw. I mean, I think it's 100% draw after knight d2, and we just got excited for a bit after this castle short h5 thing.
We were discussing some genuinely fun positions in this while Magnus was in the tank, and it was possibly the longest tank of the match so far, because it took him 40 minutes to play queen e1 check here. It wasn't a decision taken lightly. And also, very noticeably, now that Jan hasn't played queen e7 straight away, Magnus is saying, okay, let's play a game of chess then. If you want a game of chess, I'll give you a game of chess here. It's not the most exciting game of chess we have ever seen, but there are still things going on here a little bit. Takes already happened.
Okay, a question: is there any merit in playing f4 now? I know you hate this move, but it's kind of my point being f4, say f6, and putting a queen on h4.
I'll just point out that
so
this
that
move
you're
exists.
probably
because it's a fun move to make on the board. I'll just point out that it exists.
Yeah, I mean, it's not achievable.
Specifically, I think because of queen c6, and then you have to go back. But maybe we didn't gain any time. But yeah, queen h4 is more sensible. Queen h4, and then just kind of trying to keep the rook on h8.
Yeah. So you go king f7, I go rook e1, let's say, and I'm saying the rook has to be on h8, or you will play g6, which is kind of a weakness. So maybe there was a point to speculate like that. But he went queen d2 already.
I think he is I don't think he is terribly excited about having to play this position, but as I mentioned, and I will switch it off now because it was actually a leftover from yesterday, but the engine evaluations were not very deep engine evaluations, but some evaluations were on my screen briefly just now, and it appears as if the machine doesn't even give black full equality here, even though I suspect this is.
Is he still in the book?
Neither of them.
After spending 40 minutes on a move, obviously the answer is yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure none of them is in book anymore. H5 took Magnus out of book, and I have a feeling H5 was an improv by Jan as well. People.
Yeah, there's a fair point made by Steve G. Chess. So if he wants to play with moves like King F8,
Why the Petrov?
why the Petrov?
Yeah, it's you can kind of unwind this little equation in your head, and that was the sort of thing I was also doing with this sequence. If you want to play Queen E7, why play King F8? But yeah, you can go even further and say if you're declining what we assume is an easy equality with Queen E7 here to play King F8, why not E4 C5 or something? Sorry. So how do we go about things here? If we just play G6, King G7, we're a little bit worse, I assume, but not much, right? We can just do something like this and then just carefully trade everything along the E file, I assume.
I still feel like Rook A belongs to E1 because it's very often that I will play F4.
Fair point, because, yeah.
King G7 and maybe F4 right here. Once again, I'm not sure how much of a threat F5 represents, right? I mean, if you start trading start trading the rooks.
It's a bit of a threat, actually. I think it's annoying for black, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Yeah, I mean, even if
which is why I was playing F6
even
here.
if
Yeah,
nothing
I was
special.
playing F6.
F6.
But then maybe
and then it's a
like
big
this,
question
yeah.
if I can. Once again, back to this.
Yeah, why is the queen on D2? Yeah,
back to this.
Why is the queen on D2? But yeah, but this is still a little bit annoying. Like I can play H4, but then after Rook E3, let's say Rook E8, I will have to take with the bishop because the pawn is hanging. But maybe this is fine. The bishop just comes to F7, and this is okay. Yeah.
Wait,
like,
what?
I got very scared there
okay.
for about half a second because
that's
the board glitch showed Rook C8 there for like a split second, and then it went all the way to E8. This move I understand. And we can also trade the second one via H6, E6 in some positions.
Yeah, Rook E8 is good.
Maybe Nepo is more confident in actually getting to play in an equal Petrov without theory than in E4 C5. I don't know. I think today he was just I think the kind of a slight disconnect between him playing King F8 here and him playing E4 E5 is E4 E5 is the sort of a decision he and his team made. They reasoned it out and they came to the conclusion that today is not the day to go all in, so let's just equalize. But having gone here, having come up with the idea of H5, Jan, who is obviously he prefers fighting chess, he has been a very interesting fighting player his entire career. King F8 is him kind of reverting to what he very often is, and trying to play a game of chess because the preconceived, the pre-prepared notions about this game are now all in the past, and you have a position in front of you.
Okay, yeah, Rook E8.
I'm playing Rook E1 here, right? I don't really like a 4 is possible in every single position here, but without the target on G6, it feels maybe we still play a 4 actually to stop G6.
Yeah, maybe just play a 4 F5 and kind of disconnect the H pawn from the rest of the guys.
Is this Berlin? No, this was a Petrov, kind of a weird looking Petrov, Hans. Yeah, but he does play.
No, he does play.
And honestly, the speed with which Magnus is making all of these decisions suggests to me that he also doesn't really believe very deeply in his winning chances here, and he is, somewhat going through the motions. Rook H6 by Jan. I honestly, I'm not a huge fan of what Jan is doing here, but I suspect it doesn't matter a great deal. My issue with his play is that after Queen G5, you're kind of stuck. You don't get to play Rook E6 that easily because the pawn H5 will be hanging in a lot of positions. And if you're forced to play f6 just to drive this queen away, let's say I take on e8, I go queen e3, why is there a rook on h6? White is still not really better as such, because the position is so stable. Like if I do something like this, I'm not sure white claims any kind of significant edge. But, you know, with the rook on d8, this is obviously a draw. With the rook on h6, there's some play left.
Yeah, it'll take you an awful lot of time to, you know, to actually go all the way back.
Yeah. So I think maybe Jan, and this is maybe a little bit dangerous for Jan actually, because Jan, I think correctly, you know, he's sitting opposite him. I think he can gauge Magnus's state of mind quite precisely in positions like this. I think he correctly identified that Magnus is maybe not that interested. But Magnus is a very strong chess player, you know, hot takes with Svidler continues, you know, after this news break. And if you give him, even in a position where maybe he was very ready to just trade everything and go home, if you give him a way to press for free, he will switch to playing the game again. He will definitely not be against the idea of actually playing a position where he has some push with no risk. So yeah, I'm not in love with this particular sequence. My big question is, if I actually start with queen g5, I said it's impossible, but maybe it actually is possible to play like this.
A check? No, I mean, it's not a... Yeah, well, actually, you know, check on d8.
Check on d8, bishop e8, right? So...
Bishop
no, I think we take first.
And
we take first. And queen h5 actually probably doesn't work because this is very strong. I missed bishop b5 originally. But in this position, maybe we go queen d8, check bishop e8, and then we make some kind of a waiting move like, I don't know, king f1 or probably king f1.
Can we take the pawn?
Or maybe we can take even, because in this position, after...
Because here,
we can just...
Bishop b5, we have queen...
No, b5 is stronger, b5 is stronger. Yep.
Still not very happy with my bishop being pinned on f1, but...
Yeah, if bishop b5 doesn't happen, eventually I think we unpin ourselves, I'm pretty sure. So... Yeah, I think Jan may have been slightly kind of taken in. And queen
g5 is on the board.
Slightly taken in by the speed with which Magnus was playing. And he, maybe not even incorrectly, kind of assumed that, you know, the game is over, they just need to reach move 40 or trade everything. And, yeah, you might still have to show it. People are saying queen b4, and if you have to start calculating moves like queen b4, which I don't mind at all, I think it's maybe a good move, but this is already a very strong indication that you have to work for it here with black. I don't know how I reply. Maybe I go c3. No, hang on. How do we deal with this?
If we take on e8,
takes. And just take on d5. Just take on d5 and ask the question.
Because bishop c6, it's a check on d8. Rook d6, it's h5's hanging. Okay, you take on b2, queen c5 check. I mean, it's messy, and I don't see black being better in this match.
Yeah, it's actually quite risky for black, I have a feeling. Yeah, because, you know, if something goes wrong here, it goes wrong quite spectacularly. Like, I mean, the simplest is just to take on c7, I think.
I mean, you know, Peter, with two guys hanging like c7 and h5, I'm
like
almost
c3
tempted
or something.
to play.
Yeah, I was looking at that
c3,
as well. Yeah.
c3.
I didn't want to give black a full move, but maybe there is no particularly good full move. Maybe bishop c6
guys,
is...
Bishop c6.
Queen h5, queen c3, if I take e1 under control, I'm not that worried about queen h8 check.
Yeah. There's no rook e1, and that's kind of important.
But I mean, my point is, I think if I take on c7, I'm pretty sure you cannot take with the rook. I'm pretty sure some position like this will just end up being lost for black, or close to being lost. And there are some very cute lines I can show. Which I quite, you know, we enjoy cute lines on this stream. So you pretty much have to take with the queen. And then you have to ask yourself, why am I suddenly a pawn down? Even though, like, black very often holds positions like this, because now
Yeah, but why are you pawn
Yeah.
down for no
but
particular
you were
reason?
you were completely fine a second ago, and now you have to calculate all these lines, and then you have to hold some kind of an endgame where you will be a pawn down for the rest of the game. So, yeah, there must have been a cleaner way to react to Queen d2. There must have been, I'm pretty sure. And now Jan has to start thinking again.
Mm-hmm.
As I mentioned, like I think specifically in this position, if we go back to discussing this position, I think it's probably very, very important to play h4 when you still can, to stop h4 from happening. And then maybe it's not that bad. Because we can and we probably will play g5, king g7 at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But
unless my
favorite
favorite
move, yeah.
move.
And then I guess we go g6, rook h8, king g7, and we come out of the corner very, very slowly.
You can play g6.
Yeah, but I think it's like extremely important not to allow something like this. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then
White plays
because,
h4, then you are kind of getting stuck for real, yeah?
You still might hold, but yeah, these positions do tend to become quite annoying for black to play, because king g7 you always have to contend with queen e7 and so on. Yeah, I have to prepare it.
So you need to play some clever move like...
I think I have this option.
Maybe...
I mean, you can still play king g7 if you want.
And
I want to take,
just
I want to take.
Takes,
and the point being that in this position, rook e7 actually wins. So yeah, I mean, the margins are very, very small, and with only 3 pieces left in a symmetrical pawn structure, you're not going to be instantly completely lost with black or anything like that. But you have to wonder if he couldn't have been slightly more precise, so that he never had to spend like tempi on rook h6 and then rook h8 back, which seems to be what we're discussing in almost every single line now, that the rook never actually gets to e6, and it has to go back at some unidentified point in the future, losing 2 tempi for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So any alternatives? We've tried f6, we've tried queen b4.
We can play h4 here,
I guess, yeah?
But I don't know what that does. Like h4 and white does something. We can show... It actually doesn't lose the queen though, kind of... maybe it does, yeah, it's a kind of another cute line. And suddenly this guy has no squares. But obviously nobody plays f4 in this position. We can take and play rook e1. My worry is this might actually allow rook e6, which is something we're trying to fight against.
You can take the pawn, I thought.
Why is... there's queen d8 check. Yeah. Queen d8
d8 check, yeah. So we were taking it on h5 in the previous slide, but now it's a check on d8.
Mm-hmm. Then if I can do that, then I'm very certainly just taking the e file under control and proceeding from there.
Okay, if
it's
you
a
play
weakness
h3,
though. Like
it's a little bit different.
Now some of the bishop endings might be lost. He's gone c6. So he's just saying there will be no threats. I can just make a quiet move here. I don't need to commit to anything just yet.
Now we can go with your h4.
Like h4 is a useful move here. In general, it also safeguards our back rank. Yeah, I like h4. Maybe queen f6 though, right? Maybe this is what he wants.
Queen f6, and
I'm not very happy with the thought of taking on g5 though. Like, if white just ignores it, quote unquote ignores it like this, I'm not sure how happy I am with the idea of actually improving the structure further for white.
Yeah, like you take
rook d6, I guess.
Like rook e6.
Rook e6 might be lost. Yeah.
I mean, you probably just never go for it.
Yeah, like this endgame might just be lost, right? Because this never happens.
I mean,
yeah, you just never do this to yourself. Yeah.
How on earth
you just never do this to yourself? And if you go rook d6, I mean, it's annoying. I just go like king h2 here or something. It's just.
Yeah, you probably do the same, like you try to go to h4, provoke g6, yeah.
Yeah. So h4 definitely is one way to go. What would be other options? Yeah, biscuits and scotch. Yeah, we've established my
Biscuits and scotch sounds like like a sequel to Coffee and Cigarettes, Jarmusch's movie. So two people drinking scotch, eating biscuits, talking all the time.
Yeah, I think
Sounds
we've done
fun.
that before. I have a feeling it's something we've at least tried at some point. h4 does feel extremely logical here, just kind of a combo move solving a number of problems for white. Well, problems is maybe strong, but like improving your position. While also stopping some of black's counterplay. Takes rook e1 is never a bad mistake, but maybe, because another thing about c6 is that now bishop b5 is just never going to be any kind of a threat with the bishop on f1, so you pretty much never can play rook e6 anymore. With the idea of taking with the queen and giving this check. But I guess Jan is just kind of ready to claim that there are no threats here and there will never be any threats here. I don't know, queen f6 or something. I'm not sure if it's true though.
But we
can definitely play h4 here. We can also try. I was curious about queen d2, but I cannot currently refute queen takes d4, which is annoying me. Like queen a5, but it's kind of speculative. Rook e6 exists and so on. Probably here speculative in its original meaning of just plain wrong. Yeah, queen g3 maybe. But queen g3, I think black just continues shuffling. Black has declared that they want to get the queens off the board. Yeah, that's clever because f6 rook takes e8, yeah, and
f6 rook e8, yeah.
Yeah, this is how you drift into some annoying problems, I think, with black in positions like this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a perfect description of what happens, right? Like nothing's threatening really, but you make a couple of strange moves and all of a sudden it's a problem, yeah?
Yeah, queen b4 is a bit annoying, but yeah, once again, we are back to the point where we need to hope some kind of pawn-grabbing shenanigans work out for black, and weirdly, they seem to be surviving because f6 is seemingly kind of strong in this position, actually catching the rook on a5. But yeah, I don't know. All of this is kind of touch and go by this point.
Yeah, but once again, you were not forced to play f5.
Absolutely not. I was for a second there. I
sure.
thought maybe white is just winning with bishop f5, but there's f6.
But you're threatening
Yeah,
f6 then.
it's you have to do something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, none of this is forced. You can also, like, because queen b4 appears to be annoying us in more than one line, we can start with c3. But I think starting with h4 makes more sense. And also noticeably, Magnus is back to thinking about things. Because after queen e1 check, the next few moves he made kind of instantly, and it did feel to me like he wasn't really... I'm reading very much there, and quite unnecessarily, into the timings, which I tend to do.
Into the Twitch chat?
And the Twitch chat as well, yeah, I did notice that exchange, yeah. And I almost started replying to that question sort of for you, and then I thought, I heard you typing, and I thought, yeah, I know I can leave it to you to properly reply to that question. But playing chess in Ireland is very fun, though, because there are some tournaments where most of the field basically has a pint glass right next to them at the board during the game, and the atmosphere is very festive, as you can imagine.
I mean, you've been so specific
During
the game, so you're not allowed before
No,
the game, in between of the games, or after. I mean,
it
throughout
also
the
happens
process.
at all the other points in the tournament, but also during
Yeah.
the game.
That sounds like a kind of chess tournament I might be back from retirement.
No,
for.
seriously, if I ever decide to come back to Bunraty, I'll let you know, and maybe we can make a trip out of it, because it's you really will enjoy Bunraty. Apart from the necessity of playing chess is kind of, I think, the only drawback of the Bunraty Open.
Am I allowed to skip that part? I mean, I'm up for a trip, but
I think seriously, the only problem with Bunraty Open is that you're kind of expected to actually play chess there. Everything else about it is just wonderful. Still like H4 the most, but I'm sure there are other options.
And how much time did Magnus spend?
Not that much so far. It's like 7.5 minutes. Actually, the only expectation in Bunraty that you're expected to drink, says Nizahi. That's probably fair. And yeah, we will not have any particular issues on that count. Yeah, I think we can be trusted upon to not look horribly out of place.
Magnus looks worried.
No, he doesn't. No.
No, he doesn't.
If that's the same person who claimed he's a body language expert, but that's a different person. Yeah, because that would be the biggest giveaway ever. If somebody claimed Magnus is worried here, I would just like, if this were in my old poker playing days, and I took notes religiously when I used to play semi-seriously. So I would instantly take notes, and the notes would be, person claims he isn't who he actually is. and that little bit of notes would stay there forever, and never ever get changed again. When do you reckon Nepo starts playing the sharper Sicilians? So he's black in the even numbered games. Definitely game 12, I would say, if the score stays the same. Maybe even game 10, but definitely game 12.
Lorinda has the answer. Next candidate.
That's a better answer, actually, yeah.
That's a little bit harsh on Nepo's chances.
That's
a very good answer.
Yeah. Neil is, as usual, very much on point. Very much on point.
Yeah, doesn't it flip soon? I think. Yeah, okay. The question is if he plays the double color and then
I don't think
the colors flips. And I think for this match, the answer is
yeah.
no. So they've changed that. So it will be like white, black, all
the fish color is, of course, green. James Watson. I mean, I've seen people use red for fish, and it boggles the mind, right? Why would fish be red? Red is the color of danger. You don't, why? Like, every time I watch Lex's stream, this is like the biggest issue I have with Lex's stream is fish are marked red. Why? Why would you do that? Be more constructive with your feedback and so on. Make a move. I mean, I do think this is a much livelier position than it was like 5 moves ago, or specifically somewhere around this sequence. But it's still not as lively a position that you can, talk about it without them actually making decisions for it for too long. What do you think?
I'm thinking of Nirvana song. I don't care of what you think if you ever think at all. I mean, I'm not sure if it's a precise quote or something, and it's not me telling you, but chat telling me. I mean, sometimes I'm getting this feeling.
Do you get?
I think it's kind of enough said about this position. You just play h4 and think, or you are Magnus, and now you'll show us some brilliance.
Yeah, I'm not sure
I'm
if
still
you know
not
if
aware
a
of.
brilliancy exists here. It's an important decision because you get the feeling that you can actually keep the game going here and ask some serious questions here if you play extremely precisely. Yeah, he did take
He captured.
yeah.
Body language expert here. Jan is not at the board.
And now he is, yeah.
because why would you
And
hesitate
now
even
he
like 10
is, yeah,
seconds?
H8 played, I assume rook e1. I mean, this makes sense. I just like the idea of getting the pawn to h4 while we still can. Because after rook e1, I think there's definitely an argument to be made for black to play h4 themselves.
And then what
And then
happens,
I will
Peter?
f6.
Queen e5. And take with the rook. And then trade the rooks and agree a draw.
This does often happen here. But we'll see. Honestly, I think this is a kind of a position which Magnus generally quite enjoys because it doesn't feel like it's entirely equal, but you do know with white here that you run zero risks and you will continue running zero risks until the game ends in either your victory or a draw. So,
okay, hang on a second. After h4, can I actually still pose some
maybe
problems?
if you're very precise, yeah, that's a kind of an argument I'm making.
But
Queen b4, I think the issue with queen b4, I mean, I don't think I know. Here, yeah, you can't
there's
take on
always
b2.
c3, and you just have to.
Yeah, you
have
can't
to
take
go
on
back,
b2 in this setup because you just lose to the mate into with checks. So you have to do something else. Yeah, I do want to acknowledge the question: do you get sent much cake? Because this is from a person who was brought up on the correct values, but sadly I don't push the test match so far connection too hard on this stream, and we don't get sent any cake. No cake for us. Queen f6 played. We've actually looked at this, yeah.
Queen f6, we were not very happy after h4 because you are kind of getting stuck, right?
Yeah, Queen g3 looks very logical, but it does allow Queen d6, and you still are not really making any progress.
Anyway, and rook e5.
It was there. Yeah, exactly.
So maybe this, right? And then
weirdly, we kind of got stuck here after Queen b4 because.
Yeah. You're right.
So, listing the options. Obviously, Queen e3 exists. Black probably plays Bishop d7, but the Queen is. You would like the Rook on e5 in many lines, and also, it's maybe not that easy to make progress here for White. And Black probably wants something like h4, and then maybe. Once again, g5, king g7. The Rook on h6 is such an eyesore here. It's just. In every single position, you have really no prospects for it. Maybe you go back and start hoping you get to play rook e6 or something. Rook e5, black trades. Rook e5 not in the current position. White obviously wants to keep the queens on Oscar.
But once again, Peter, why do we look at, or why do we look for the reasons not to play h4 when h4 seems to be a good move? Because the ending, as we agreed, okay, it's only black who can be worse, right? So you trade, rook e6 looks terrible, rook d6, you just play something, play king
the
h2,
question is maybe f6 just makes a draw here, but it's like f6 and g6, maybe even f5 straight away, just to kind of force the issue. Because I think if you don't do something immediately, if you like continue playing as if nothing is happening and you drift, no, not bishop e6, sorry, rook e6, and you drift into some kind of an endgame like this, you might regret
Honestly,
this, yeah.
I would be worried
And-
about the bishop's endgame.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
after rook e6, like takes, force g6, go back, try to get to e5, also not fun.
Yeah,
King
I was
F4
wondering if this is a
simply.
draw, but maybe it isn't, because maybe you just lose the h5 pawn, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the kind of draw you would like to check if it is a draw. I mean, not the kind of position.
Yeah, yeah, this is...
I mean, with all the curiosity, I mean, you would prefer something safer.
Yeah, I think we can definitely go back to this idea, because it also has a very strong advantage of like Black will find it hard to make any kind of proactive move in this position.
Yeah, I think he will end up trading on
maybe
g5.
you play bishop
That's
d7,
the thing.
though.
Maybe bishop d7 is a smart thing, because now king h2, even though it exists, it doesn't make all that much sense, right? And king h2 was the move we were playing in all those
But
lines.
I mean, if all else fails, we can maybe switch to this and be happier about it, because we fixed the pawn on h5.
Yeah, and f6 still runs into rook
even
e8,
without the bishop there. It's still
even if it's not a capture. Yeah.
And Rhinestone posted a long quote from Geary about Jan. Anish saying, I think he's tilted simply. After his loss, he's of course kept his face, but he doesn't keep that same composure that he kept before, where he was taking time on every move. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that's kind of on point. He's not like tilted out of his mind completely, but he does show it. I think he hasn't recovered his inner peace entirely, which is understandable. Playing an 8-hour game like Game 6 and then losing it the way he lost it after staying afloat and playing quite precisely for such a long time, it is very draining and a very frustrating experience.
Yeah, but to say someone is tilted after a loss, it's as bold of a statement as to say
pretty much. Yeah, it's not the hottest take in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot be exactly at the same mindset and everything after you've lost a game of chess and you have to play the other one the next day. Simply impossible. So he's tilted to a degree. I mean, he's not throwing chairs at his opponent just yet, but he's
I think the most famous chair throwing incident, I think I sat one row away from the chair. I'm not claiming it kind of narrowly missed me in its flight, but I was very close to it, playing in the tie break next to the board where it was going on. The problem with this line is that it looks very beautiful, but I don't know what the threat is. So maybe Black just, I don't know, plays bishop e6 and says, okay, now I will play f6. But then after queen e3, you still have to look for a move, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Yeah, I quite like h4. And h4 is also a very Magnus move, right? He doesn't avoid queen trades when he has a way to enforce the queen trade in a favorable circumstance. It also passes the decision to Jan, and all the decisions at Jan's disposal here are kind of annoying. Trading is very annoying. Not trading is also.
Queen
e3 played. This is not what I expected necessarily.
Honestly, a bit of a surprise. So bishop d7.
Yeah, what are we trying to achieve?
That's what we
d7.
saw.
There's also maybe some argument for queen d8, because we are threatening rook e6 now. And our biggest issue in general is just getting this rook to some squares which aren't entirely stupid. Can't you just go h4 next? You can, yeah, but well, in most cases. But why not do it there?
But wait, bishop f5 now?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bishop f5.
Bishop f5. I mean, there are always questions like.
Yeah, but Jan insta
here.
goes bishop d7, doesn't even want to consider queen d8, which is understandable because queen d8 is. There's definitely some hint of fancy play syndrome if you play queen d8 in that position. And yet.
Can you go?
I'm
H4
not sure. I think
now,
we can take
maybe
queen e5. Bishop f5.
Bishop f5, queen d8, or what? Yeah, queen d8. I mean, strangely, you survive. I was thinking of some queen a3 check, king g8, and still can't find anything because d6
this
is
rook
protected.
Actually suddenly doing something.
Yeah, like you would have won with queen d6 if not for the fact that the queen will be captured.
Yeah, and people saying queen d8 is just a poor move. I wasn't saying it was good. I'm just saying you can also just decide not to play it because it looks weird. Like, you don't even need to have good reasons not to play it. It's just like bishop d7 looks fine, queen d8 looks like you're trying to be too smart for your own good.
Just win the a pawn, people say. I don't quite understand.
Yeah, exactly how though?
Bishop f5. Yeah, I get it now. Queen d8, bishop f5. If you go bishop d7,
yeah, we can just take
check.
and play queen a3. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't lose.
Just win lose, as the classic quote on the topic says. So what's the plan here for Magnus?
We are about to find out, I hope, because, I mean, the queen e3 move, in order to play it, you have to have an idea what you're doing after bishop d7, which isn't, the move itself is not unheard of. You attack the bishop, it moves away on the most natural and, what's very important, the only available square. So it wasn't hard to predict bishop d7.
There was something, somebody mentioned something to do with blinking, but I couldn't pay enough attention to it, so maybe I signaled something to chat which I didn't mean to signal. And that's obviously somebody who wanted to signal exactly that would say. I'm a bit confused by queen e3, not gonna lie. Because I don't see any productive follow-ups, and I don't know. Do you see anything? I just can't figure out why it's there, and why isn't our pawn on h4 yet. c4 maybe, but yeah, I'm kind of reluctant to play c4 in every single position than the...
c4...
Magnus goes h3.
h3.
I am now very confused.
You know what? I don't know. I mean, it probably makes literally zero sense, but I was thinking, could it be that you go like queen g3, return to g5, queen g3, queen d6, return to g5, queen f6, and then play something with the bishop on d7, which for some reason is
better. For some reason, is better for
you than the bishop on e8. But I don't find this reason. I mean, I can't find this reason. Why is that? Like h4, you can take and probably.
Now I guess at least I'm much happier about this, right? It's just not spoiling the structure with fe is a big deal.
No, okay, that's nonsense. Yeah, and h3 is really a mysterious move, I have to say.
Yeah, h3 I don't quite understand. I mean, the most obvious reaction, of course, is to kind of make sure that this never happens again, right? And just play h5, h4 as a matter of principle, because getting the pawn on the dark square is useful for us. Fixing the pawn on h3 is useful for us. Not that we are expecting to ever be better in any kind of an endgame, but still, a good thing for black to have happened. Yeah, and also,
very strange.
It's interesting that Jan hasn't played it yet, to be honest, because
maybe tries to figure out, I mean, what's the, because I would say, it's kind of it feels like a psychological trap, because as Jan, you kind of believe that the position before h3, h4 inclusion, I mean, if it's not good, but it's holding, right? And then the guy plays h3, and you can play h4, kind of improving the previous position. So it's a very tempting move, as you correctly pointed out. So maybe he goes one step further and is asking, okay, maybe I'm giving away the g4 square, so now bishop e2, bishop g4 happens, or that sort. Actually, I don't think it's the move, but I mean, you do have the reason to be a bit suspect about what's going on.
And honestly, it's a very weird sequence of moves from Magnus. I don't like it very much, honestly. I think, in particular, after he spent some time in this position, it's just a very weird thing to do, because.
Well, actually, that's fair point. G5 is what I would play in the blitz game, people said. Yeah, I mean, why not G5, in fact? G5 and completely kind of change the approach. So it's G5, King G7, and then we'll see. And maybe we don't need to actually bring the rook back to, to H8.
Yeah, G5 is also playable. I wouldn't call it exciting, because I think, people maybe think that black has some chances of an attack on the king side. No attack on the king side is ever happening here. It's just, once again, it's a solid positional move, gaining some space, stopping from h4 from ever happening. It opens up the g7. It opens up the g7 square for the king. It's a solid all-round move, but there's never going to be any mating attack that Jan launches on the king side here. I mean, if all else fails, I can always play queen e5, but even without it, the white king is never in danger. So I would kind of not describe it as an exciting move, but it's definitely very playable. I would start with h4 though. I'm much happier playing h4 and playing g5 next than I am about the immediate g5.
Was bishop f1 ever discussed instead of h3, as that tends to be preferred engine move? Bishop f1 for real? Kind of attacking the a7 pawn. Okay.
Yeah, but you don't really look at those moves very, very seriously.
Yeah.
I guess queen d6 is the safest way to deal with it, right? Probably. I mean, probably if you wanted to do it, you would have done it on the previous move anyway.
Yeah, but that's exactly what's mentioned in the chat. Like play bishop f1.
Yeah, but then I guess we just block the diagonal physically, and
no, bishop f1 is.
Yeah, it's a difficult move to even consider properly, because you don't want to be moving your pieces back. I understand queen a3 check is a solid idea, but h3, h4, c4. Magnus is sending very, very mixed signals here. Because I mean, this is a way to play for. I mean, play for a win is maybe weird way to describe it, but this is definitely not how you just shuffle until move 40 and then offer a draw. But if you actually are interested in the game, the last couple of moves are not the ones I would have been making, but that's what he chose, yeah? So is c takes d5 a big enough problem for black to actually care about?
cd5.
I think the one tactical justification is maybe this line. Because without the pawn on c6, I have actually generated some threats here. Somewhat surprisingly, and I might be winning some material, including
Yeah, you
including
probably
those
do
threats,
win a pawn, yeah.
And weirdly, I promised chat that there is never going to be any mating attacks on the king side, but you actually kind of do need to calculate something like this, yeah?
No, Peter, but if you you want to go rook f4, I thought just straight go rook
Yeah,
e5.
and also some kind of an
f4.
endgame like this. Notice how strong the pawn on h4 is. This is, I think, why both me and Miro were kind of in an eyebrows raising mode at the move h3. it does give Black a lot of control over the dark squares on the king side, which, might not be obviously something very important right now, but it might become obvious later. Black is actually a bit better in this endgame. I assume it's a draw, but Black is playing for a win here. So maybe g5 is still playable, because I think he would like to play g5, king g7 here, just to kind of stabilize, make sure your king is on a safe square. I don't know what's wrong with, let's say, bishop b6 either, just cd5, cd5. Maybe nothing, but if you can play g5, I think you kind of want to play g5 in positions like the one we have right now.
There's nothing wrong. Maybe it's just a boring position.
You can probably also take and play something like... But here, you suddenly have to start solving some tactical question. Maybe queen f6 is still playable. I mean queen d6, sorry. I'll answer a question in Russian. Прогнозы на русском канале это по соседству. Не Levitov Chess World, а Levitov Chess просто. Так что если вас интересует именно поиграть в прогнозы, то вы слегка ошиблись дверью. Но оставайтесь, если что.
Can I go d5?
Yeah, sure. Takes.
Kind of you take and take on a7, yeah. I mean, just to discuss the structure a little bit, maybe.
Rook e6 is annoying me because I think if the rooks come off, it's just a... But maybe I lose... No, I don't lose material, right?
So you mean I take e6, you take what?
Yeah, I think I have to, but I think I'm okay with it.
Yeah. And once again, how much better this position would be for white with the pawn on h4 versus pawn on h5. So I will come back to this.
Russian language expert here. That was about biscuits. Today is a good day. I'm enjoying the chat experience today.
Yep.
Yeah, I think d takes c4 is kind of unnecessary, but it might still be fine because I think after queen d6 the issue for white is even if you get some temporary improvements in, let's say, piece activity or something, there's still only 3 of them left on the board. So you're not going to be generating too many threats. You can play queen f3 here, and rook f6, queen h5 might actually be a problem. But Black just plays bishop b6 first. And
how easy is Russian to learn as a language? Believe me, it's very easy. I don't think neither me nor Peter ever spend any time specifically learning any Russian, and yet we speak it. So you may guess it's a very easy language.
Seriously though, probably one of the harder languages out there.
Yeah, people claim one of the hardest. I mean, if you want to speak properly, if you want to understand things and be able to kind of clumsily ask for help, or I don't know, pint or whatever, glass of wine, that's one thing. But to be kind of grammatically correct,
I think it's pretty much every single Oriental language will be harder, but
Oriental.
I mean, Chinese, Japanese, all of those languages will be much harder because I think you will encounter for let's say if we assume for some reason that the person asking the question is, I don't know, an American or a Central European with that language base. I assume the Oriental languages are harder, but if we exclude those, I think Russian will be quite high on the list. Jan is still thinking after c4. I mean, but there's plenty of... not plenty. dc4 or g5, I don't really like. Bishop e6 is fine, but kind of passive. I don't really...
Bishop e6 is fine, but Chad said +2. Do we believe Chad?
+2 is kind of very striking.
How is that +2? Wait, +2 as in f2, f4? Once again, I'm coming back to the... Nah.
Rook c1,
what's the threat?
You can't stop rook c7. Yeah, I can believe that. No, bishop e6, you just, once again, you've completely marooned your rook on h6. Why would you do that to your position? Yeah, I can believe that. And if you play something like Queen
Okay.
d8, Queen e5, you can't really deal with the pieces coming in. It does look very, very clumsy. So it's either g5 or maybe d takes. And, the good thing for Jan here is that, his options in general are extremely limited here. There aren't really very many moves you can even consider. So it shouldn't be that hard to find something that he thinks is decent.
Apart from G5, every other move gives an advantage.
So even this is
they
not
say
equal.
to
Yeah, I
white.
thought this might be actually equal. Couldn't find anything, dramatically wrong. Maybe Queen G5 is strong, as I now realize, because in this position, somewhat weirdly, I don't actually win the pawn back because Queen D8 mate, or we can do it
You can do it
yeah,
via
maybe this
check,
is even
maybe.
cleaner. Yeah, to keep the queen on the poor square. Yeah, and queen endings are difficult to win, but obviously, if you have any choice at all, you prefer not to play a pawn down queen ending. What if queen b3 after those moves? Let me check. I thought I had something against queen b3. I just, for some reason, didn't believe it was a very serious threat, but actually it's surprisingly annoying.
Bishop e6 and
we
take
can maybe,
with the
we can maybe
rook and
take on
take
b7,
with the...
right? Your tactic, but in a slightly different version.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Check.
Check.
Yep. Queen g5, bishop takes h3. Huh. Yeah, I missed that.
Bishop takes h3. But do we believe in such things? I mean,
yeah.
we probably have to.
But once again, we're coming back to the fact that yes, the black position looks like it's a little bit flimsy, and if we had any way to challenge any of these pieces, like if I could play something like d4, c5 here, attacking the queen, black probably never recaptures the coordination of the pieces and never reestablishes it, and we win. But queen on d6 is untouchable. The rook on h6 is also very solid. Difficult to even nominate a threat.
Pete, I'm afraid I'm losing it. Check YouTube chat. People ask if Evgeny related to
I don't know which
Sergey.
Sergey. Yeah. There was.
And what Evgeny, I mean, at the same time. I mean,
Yeah.
which Evgeny?
I'm sure there is some, a number of.
Yeah. No, I see. Does Evgeny have a chess playing brother Sergey? No. So if there is such person, Sergey Mirov, blah, 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 whatever my name is spelled, it's not my brother. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, theoretically he could be, but, you never know.
He's not his brother, he's a heavy. Or something. Why do we play d takes c4 before queen d6? Because for me personally, I would hate allowing c5. But maybe c5 is not like I don't really like the idea of establishing this kind of a target for potential play, but maybe it's just too closed for white to get anywhere. There's also maybe some tactical things we need to consider, but I don't know exactly what they are. Like maybe bishop f5 is not stupid.
Tactical things.
Bishop f5, but even d takes c4 I think maybe is possible here. Apart from the fact that I don't know how to refute bishop e6, for instance. I also don't know if we're at all better with white after dc4.
No.
Confusing position, and once again, feels like we are reaching the point where we would like Jan to make a move. Yeah,
we would
or
like
a break or something. Yeah, but
let's try the thing.
It won't work, right? There's no repetition here. We can't really. There's no repetition.
There's no repetition. It's just that I mean, I feel a little bit bad about once again kind of leaving you, but I feel like I have to for once again very short period of time. But so that's what I thought. Maybe let's play. Do you have a short
No,
video
we
to
can just
show
put
to
up
people?
a "we'll be right back" thing and take a short break.
No, you'll do your
Yeah,
stretching.
we could
I'll
also, you
do.
know, I understand we promised we'll only start after the first time control, but we could actually start now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
there's
part of
absolutely
the
no
plan.
rule that says we can't start right now.
That was exactly a
Okay,
part of the
so
plan. Yeah. So
enjoy.
coming back
Yeah,
with the
enjoy a
glasses,
very
right?
short break, and we'll be back with reinforcements. And we're back. And there have been some developments, yeah.
Look who's
there have been
back
some
again.
developments. And Jan did play xc4 instead of g5, but g5 did seem like a move that... I want to say you need to be... cheers, guys. You need to be convinced that you're worse in other lines to play g5 here, I think. Because, most importantly, I think you just need to convince yourself that you even have to calculate all this stuff. And this might turn out to be a position where you have to start giving up material, as I mentioned. My suspicion is that bishop e6 might be the best move in this position, like giving up the queen side and then switching to an actual attempt to give mate on the other side of the board. It does look like it probably succeeds. This looks very, very dangerous for white. But if you don't think you're worse, you probably just tell yourself, why would I even bother with all of this? And Jan took on c4, and once again, judging by what I saw in our chat, you're supposed to play king g8 here. And yeah, it's a difficult move to make. It looks like queen e7 at least. Looks like it's creating serious problems for black. I assume the solution is just bishop e6 and maybe you hold this position, but if king g8 is indeed the only move that the machine suggests as holding for black, it's a very difficult decision to make. And Jan instead played b5.
And he played b5, which is very much disliked by the computer programs, it seems. As Chuck says, and also
isn't this kind of bad? I mean, I don't know if this is the best choice that white has, but at least we have this, right? Because queen d6, I just want to take on a7, yeah.
Queen d6, there is same queen a7.
And if king g8, I think I can take on a7 anyway. Maybe bishop takes h3 is what he's trying to make work. But then I don't know,
let's
check
find
and
some
and bishop f7 or something. Like you might end up just being lost here. Unless there's this is a weird line. You have to continue. For instance, this is very interesting to me. With the idea of taking with the queen, and there's no comfortable way of protecting the g2 pawn and no checks either. So this actually looks like it's working out for black, but yeah, the entire line. Hang on. Maybe the cleanest way is just to do this, right? I mean, maybe not the cleanest, but the most practical. You just do this, and you, I assume, eventually win this endgame.
You're
and,
pawn up.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. Nick was saying it's not 6 yet, but it is now, so...
I mean, somewhere on planet Earth.
Yeah, it's definitely 5 somewhere, as the saying goes, yeah. It's definitely 5 somewhere, and we feel we are allowed. Yeah, it looks like... I don't know if there's something that is even stronger, but this looks even relatively simple. And this is, coming back to the point that Rhinestone raised earlier with the Anish quote. DC4 followed... Yeah, DC4 followed by B5 is not what we've seen from Jan in the first half of the match. Played too quickly.
Kind beer for fear, as Bunny Hopper correctly points out. No beer before 4 o'clock, right?
Something along those lines, yeah. But it's, I mean, we're way past that point right now, so we're... And I'm reluctant to even look for anything better because it does seem kind of crushing the line that we're discussing. B5 is such an uncomfortable move that I suspect we're better even if we just make some kind of a passing move, I don't know, bishop b3 or...
Yeah, it doesn't really make all that much sense, right? I mean, the inclusion, say, of b5, bishop b3. let's say you had a plan, and then you've decided to include b5, bishop b3. Why on earth
I
does
guess
it
because
improve
with
your
the bishop on
position?
b3, queen a3 check is no longer a threat. Yeah, I'm throwing the queen in the face.
Yeah, but that's exactly the reason why I will play
Yeah, it's
queen,
just
queen a3
so
check
strange.
now.
Yeah, it feels like the wheels are coming off a little bit. Because, yeah, if you're playing b5, as we suspect, because you realize queen a3 is a threat and you want to force the bishop on some kind of a square on the third, which will stop it, then you are kind of supposed to start calculating queen a3 here, and yeah, that's what Magnus plays. Yeah, it feels like this is now just bad for black. Queen d6, queen a7, bishop e6 is maybe a better practical choice, but I mean, that is not saying very much. I have a feeling there might be... you have to calculate pawn endings, but because I can take, and I can go queen b8, queen e5, but I think that might be a draw because the king becomes very active. But
if you give two
check
checks
from c7 or even the immediate queen f4 here.
But give a check from c7, see where he
Here,
goes.
I guess.
Queen e5
I still don't know if we're winning here. Shockingly.
f4 g4.
I want to include g5. I don't know
pawn on
when.
a
Yeah, let's
file.
play king e7, f4, king e6.
f4, g4. G4, G5 now, yeah. G3 then. Okay. Why am I showing off? I mean, why G4 when I can go G3?
Yeah, that's fair.
King G2, King F3.
Yeah, I can sort of try to finesse it for a while, but eventually I think I will run out of tempi here. Yeah, this is, it looks like it might be lost for black.
I mean, still tricky.
It's a little bit tricky. Yeah, this is why normally you don't even discuss pawn endings where you're pawn down, but this one there is definitely stuff to talk about. But
but to stop the discussion after Queen C7, King E8, are we
of course,
actually
that's
forced
exactly
to go
my
Queen
point.
E5?
Yeah, we can just make a move like, I don't know, A3 or King H. Yeah, King
King
H2 in
H2.
particular. Just go King H2 here and then I don't know, B3 A4.
I mean, it's not the position
No,
you're enjoying.
You kind of don't believe you're saving this if you have this with black. So yeah, and this is just such a striking turnaround because we felt like after the Queen E3 H3 sequence, black should be almost entirely out of the woods, and 2 moves later, there we are discussing the fact that we are not sure if white is completely winning by force pretty much everywhere, or if there is still some technique to be shown.
But again, what did he miss? Not Queen A3 check itself. I won't buy this. No, not Queen A3 check itself. So, 2 options: Queen D6 or King G8. It's kind of King G8, Queen A7, and kind of a guess that he was relying on Bishop H3. But once again, I mean, you don't play. It's very hard. I mean, to believe that you're actually playing this. As we figured out, Queen
the
A7
simplest solution
works,
is this. Yeah,
but quite possibly something else works. I mean that's the problem. If not only that, but
yeah, I mean, like, an extremely, first of all, optimistic and also somewhat fantastical explanation would be he saw this entire line up to and including Rook G6 and became very excited by it.
And became very excited.
But this is, very, very non-forced and a kind of a long line to be absolutely sure that you haven't blundered anything. And also, he's a very experienced chess player, so he knows that if he is suddenly relying on a line like this working,
the longer the line is, the more mistakes in it.
He absolutely knows from experience that something is extremely liable to go wrong along the way. So I'm just not buying any of this. It's just such a weird sequence of events. Yeah, and
Yeah, and the question after Queen F7, how easy to win that? Uh, without going into detail, it's easier than before. I mean, before you've played DC5, DC4, and B5, it was hard for White to win. Now it's much easier to win with the
Yeah.
pawn up in the endgame.
And yeah, you kind of have to wonder. There's a number of comments in our various chats about Jan being on tilt and perhaps not playing all that well. And I mean, it's just not a particularly exciting topic to discuss. Might be true, might not be, but like, what's the point of even talking about it when nobody apart from him knows, and we can only say that some of the decisions today, in particular, yesterday he didn't really get to play chess very much, and today some of the decisions of the past half an hour seem like they are way below his normal standard. I think that would be a fair way to describe things.
Also, what is that you're drinking?
It's the same. Yeah, I kind of like what I was drinking the last time.
Same
so it's just a very kind
good
bog standard Talisker 10.
We are allowed to show the
Pretty
bottle.
sure we are. Yeah,
cool.
I don't know if there's.
So I won't show you my, apple juice.
I kind of
bottle
like
then.
Calvados.
No, that's the other thing. No, apple juice. I actually do have apple juice that I'm drinking, but yeah, that's a freshly open Isla 10 years, not very popular brand, which is called. I mean, I don't know if you can see it. The Scarabus. I mean, something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost transparent, interestingly. So no sugar added. I mean,
yeah, Queen 6.
I'm trying to to behave healthy, so kind of limiting the sugar intake.
Yeah, and people in chat saying Queen 6 is not completely dead, but there's just not very much fun in discussing a position like this. I assume it's Bishop B6. There are some other moves you can make here, like I don't know, G6 or G5 now, but it doesn't look very promising. Just
BB3.
You just go back. There's no attack on the king side. There's just no point in even pretending this ever gets anywhere. I think the harshest would be to take and just play C5 if all else fails. But then
C5,
maybe we have actually achieved something, because we did manage to trade a lot of stuff on the king side, and limiting the amount of material left on the king side might actually be an achievement.
Wait a second. If we don't play Queen C5, if we go G5,
yeah, there's just nothing going on this side, right?
I mean, it's not that you're threatening an awful lot. Rook G6, I can go Rook E5.
H5 also, maybe even Rook H5, Rook E5. Yeah. You need to be slightly braver in this case, but maybe even here it works. Because HG...
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if F4 works, I mean, after Rook H5.
Well, something like this, because there's just no checks, and, eventually I will play Queen C5, and I'm now 2 pawns up instead of 1, which is... It seems Nepo is asking the arbiter to stop the match. Hi Fabrice, and I don't know, like, I assume it's a joke, but...
No, I think it's second's responsibility. So it's like Potkin running to the arbiter, stop the match.
Yeah,
Can
throwing
you see
the towel,
bleeding? And Jan is like, no, I'll rip him apart.
"'Tis but a scratch," as the quote goes. "'Tis but a scratch." But yeah, I mean, if he loses today, it's going to be. Yeah,
it's kind of stop the count. If you lose today, it's. I mean, I don't want to say impossible to recover,
it's
but
going
pretty
to be very,
much.
very difficult. He's gone King G8, which is also not what the chat was suggesting was the best move according to machines. I assume Magnus takes on A7, because otherwise, I mean, why have you played Queen A3 check? I think the biggest difference is you can't even play Bishop B6 now, because the structure gets spoiled, and also like more pawns start falling immediately.
Okay, Peter, not questioning the position evaluation, but just trying to find the kind of the most stubborn thing. I mean, some sort of queen d8, maybe? I mean, just to accept that I'm a pawn down and
Yeah, but
try
like,
to,
how do
you
your
know,
pieces come out even after bishop e3?
rook d, kind of rook d6, bishop e6, press on d4, hoping for, and I mean, it's meh.
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
like queen c5, bishop e6. I'll take and go rook
Queen
e4.
c5, bishop e6 takes. You have to take with the
Yeah, you're just not holding very many of these, are you? I mean, this guy is actually held. It's actually
like exactly. I'm trying to think of a position or of a transformation of this where there is some simplifications. I'm still pawn down and I have chances for a draw. And I cannot find any.
I mean,
like-
you kind of
Exchange the
queens,
queens, you're lost, right? Exchange the rooks once again. Queen
I think
c5, you're
like
lost.
if you go h4, h6 here, and also maybe take the e6 and d4 pawns off the board, you have some drawing chances.
Yeah, like back to h6. Yeah, but it's still
I don't know.
allowed.
Let me just because it's kind of funny to me, but I can't figure out a good passing move in this position. So let me just lose a tempo for white. Because white is actually threatening to take, because not only is queen h4, queen d6 working, rook d5, queen c6 is also working. Because we just collect everything.
And
so,
yeah.
Yeah, as a matter of
collect
fact,
more
in this
pawns,
position,
yeah.
I think black actually loses more pawns. Because rook h4 is unstoppable. And, I mean, you're gonna have to, I don't know, you have to play g5 maybe, but like once we start discussing the move g7, g5 in this position, we kind of know what this is. Yeah,
g5,
like
rook g4,
yeah, we
you're
kind of
not
know
very
what this
happy.
is. So it's not that you're already a pawn down. I think you lose more material immediately, like straight away.
Yeah, like queen's ending with pawn
Maybe,
down.
but with the white king safer.
But how does that materialize? I think that one of those we were discussing, right? I mean, this checks on b8, c7, but it was bishop.
It was in the other line, and
it was
definitely
in the other line.
yeah. And that one we were kind of briefly interested in. It was queen d6, bishop a7, bishop e6. Sorry, queen a7, bishop e6, takes.
Yeah.
Takes.
Trade everything.
Yeah. This one you can play. You still sort of expect to lose it, but this one you can definitely play, and you will draw some of them. How has Nepo taken so little time this game and then blunder like that? You probably haven't watched him very much in recent years, Bunny, because what we're watching today is a kind of a typical Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan Nepomniachtchi on a bad day. Basically, this is what Jan Nepomniachtchi on a bad day for him looks like. And for 4/5 of a game, or I mean, considering it was a 140 move game, maybe you can count like the amount you played well in that game as 2 full games, maybe even. So like for 6 games, or maybe 6.5 games, we did not see that person. He clearly made a lot of mental adjustments. He got a lot more centered, and we did not see that at all. He took time on every decision. He clearly made a conscious effort to not be impulsive, to consider things. And he was playing really, really well. And then he still lost game 6. And it seems like today, for the first time in the match, we're seeing a proper bad day for Jan, as it would have looked like in the past.
And once again, Peter, I think we have to to admire this coward but yet very wise choice by Magnus to go for this. I mean, harmless, couple of times harmless.
Queen e1 check,
like d2 is harmless, and also queen e1, bishop e4 is harmless.
Yeah, he it turns out he's not only good at chess, but also sort of understands his clientele quite well.
And also, and also, warm welcome to Mr. Dodgy in the chat, who immediately points out it's a dream position for Karyakin for black. Yeah, pawn down, absolutely lost. Yeah,
unironically, Sergei holds this as keep your cool. Yeah, I mean, occasionally, sometimes, yeah. Probably not every single one, but sometimes for sure. but yeah, I mean, it feels like maybe I'm being a bit harsh on Jan, but like generally, his highs throughout his career, his highs are incredibly high, but he also, when things kind of go badly for him, they do, like the wheels do tend to come off, and he's made a lot of progress on that count in recent years, and he clearly made even more progress in preparation for this match because playing Magnus is not easy, and he was definitely like easily holding his own for 5.5 games. But maybe Game 6 was kind of a bigger blow than we even suspected.
At least last game's gonna be fun. I'm afraid it might as well be they'll be fun for one player only. That's how it goes. I mean, when you are kind of under the gun of winning 2-3 games straight and it doesn't go your way.
Neither citation for playing Magnus is not easy. Yeah, I understand I'm stating some very unproven things here. You'll have to take my word for it.
Playing Magnus is not easy.
Yeah. Night of next game, yay or nay? Much likelier now. Much like, but also maybe 1e4 never happens again. If Magnus goes,
but also Magnus is black next game, so
yeah, I mean next black game, but for
I understand, sure. But I mean just to for the rules.
Yeah. But yeah, leading +2, I think Magnus just goes back to Catalans. And
okay.
Yeah.
Peter. Twitch chat. I'm afraid by that point, I mean, 2 is enough of a sample size. Correctly points out that whenever we drink, Magnus is winning. How do we, as once again Twitch chat, but a couple of years earlier, couple of hours earlier, stating that we have to support Nepomniachtchi, how do we undrink on the stream so that Jan wins?
We'll have.
And so, do we show up drunk and then kind of become sober?
Yeah, we have to.
I mean, maybe
we have to start
right. So we show up drunk, and then by the first time control is reached, we are like, "Oops, we're here."
Yeah, the old, there was this concept of very niche concept of Klatchen coffee. I wonder if there's anybody here who knows what Klatchen coffee is. It's a coffee strong enough that it gets you nurd, which is the opposite of drunk. Spelled obviously KNURD. And so we.
And even British people in the chat won't understand what. No, it means.
I'm very happy. There's at least one person there who knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. So yeah, we kind of need to procure some Klatchen coffee and go with that. Go with that for a couple of games.
Oh well.
Cheers. This is not coffee though.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, you're staying silent, Izaki. So I'm naming. At that time, there was only one person who reacted. Anyway, the long question from the great Danton 9. I don't think this. Like, I wouldn't describe what Jan was doing with white as going for, particularly dry positions and then taking chances with black. I think he was given chances with black when play became sharp, and I actually very much like his approach with white. I think he got a number of, by today's elite standards, like if you consider sort of what you're expected to get with white when playing against somebody of Magnus's, strength and level of preparation, I think Jan's opening outcomes with white were fantastic. I don't think you can hope for much more.
Man, I guess challengers move.
Yeah.
Queen d8 it is.
Yeah, but this is just bad. I mean, we can continue discussing it, but we kind of know. I think after bishop b3, if you do play rook d6, I don't know, maybe some rook g6 is intended, but bishop takes h3 is never going to be a threat anyway. After rook d6, maybe it's even more precise to start with rook e4. Because if you play queen c5, maybe queen f6 is like semi-playable, but if you start with rook e4, yeah, go on.
Peter, I'm afraid you will have to read a little bit of a YouTube chat. So you guys are probably counting on the game being over soon, and
Yeah,
so
I
on
mean,
and so forth.
Cheers,
And
Richard. Yeah,
to that we reply with
he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't.
No, because it'll take me to finish this portal and probably open the new one to be really kind of legless.
You
guys say.
I understand you can only see parts of me on the stream, but I think the parts of me you see give you a general impression that I'm not what you would describe slim, so I can take a hit. There's not much danger.
If Nepo loses, he might as well play the King's Gambit to promote his chessable cars.
No.
King's Gambit.
I like the intonation with which you said King's Gambit. Yeah. But also no.
No, I mean the thing with King's Gambit, interestingly.
And Miro looks like he can give a hit, yeah.
As with many other kind of quote unquote fun openings, they are no longer fun anymore. It's like the Kings. I mean, could it be like everything Kings? I'm just thinking like King's Indian. I mean, remember we were discussing. I think Vlad was with us. Like we were discussing the King's Indian, and he said it's probably losing by force, which is, I mean, he's entitled to his opinion. I don't think so, but yeah, like playing the King's Indian, you do not get all those romantic sacrifices and stuff. You're probably defending a slightly / seriously worse position. And same with the King's Gambit. You just get some position out of the opening where you are not better, you are not checkmating the guy, you are not sacrificing any kind of pieces.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible that there are replies to the King's Gambit which are sort of more ambitious and try to refute the opening outright. But if Black just wants a very solid position where he is not worse at all, or perhaps in some cases even slightly better, Black can definitely choose lines where there is very, very little fun to be had.
Yeah, I mean, like d5 e takes, specifically, not the Conte Gambit, right? But d5, ed5, ef4.
Yeah, or these
Why
lines.
Would you,
or these lines.
Or this, yeah. I mean, which is the transposition.
Yeah, I used to at some point when I think he's still playing chess, but on a lot lower level compared to his best years. But there was a Belarusian grandmaster, Alexei Fedorov, who used to play the King's Gambit sort of in every single game, and he normally would play bishop c4 in this position. So I got to prepare to at least some of this stuff. And basically, if you spend some time preparing for this, you get positions which are ever so slightly better for Black. Nothing horrible for White, but also you just don't get to have any fun whatsoever. On the other hand, one time I was playing him, I was kind of in the mood for fun, so I played h6 here, and he played b3. And in that game, we had such a Martian landscape on the board by move 15. It was just gorgeous. The game ended in some kind of really weird perpetual on move like 25 after some heavy material was sacrificed. So obviously there are options for Black here which allow for some really weird shit to start happening. But if you don't want any of that weird things to appear on the board, you do have some very safe choices. And obviously Jan beat Alireza in like 15 moves in the King's Gambit, but that was a rapid game where,
But that's, that's not the same thing.
Hey, donkey.
Interestingly, Peter, you've mentioned Alexei Fedorov, and I have to say I was witnessing his kind of missed his rise, but witnessed his fall. So 1998, Polanitsa's drew the round robin in Poland, and I know because I won the side event, the Open. It was kind of my first more or less serious tournament victory, right? With Malaniuk being in the field and quite a few grandmasters being in the field, and I was an international master. Yeah, and he started Fedorov. He was obviously playing the main event, being rated 2680, more or less, which was quite good at that time, believe me. And yeah, and he started 0 out of 6, playing the King's Gambit and the Dragon Variation. So he lost 3 King's Gambits, to 2 for sure. I'm not sure what game 3 was, to Shirov and Ivanchuk possibly. And with black he was playing the Dragon, and he also lost like two games with Dragon. And then against Almashi he changed to 4 knights e6 Sicilian. Knight b5, bishop. Oh no, wait a sec. No, not 4 knights e6, but knight f6, knight c3, e6. Or how is that played? Bishop b4. I mean, bishop b4, e5. Did this kind of Sicilian, and he also lost. And the guy started 0 out of 6. He scored maybe 1.5 out of 9.
Yeah, that's never fun. I've had
and never, never recovered since.
Hasn't I mean my longest series was I lost 4 in a row twice in my career. It's not fun, and I've played in tournaments where people kind of playing alongside me lost 6, and yeah, it's very kind of even difficult to watch by the end of the streak, because it just saps your will to leave to such an extent that like it's not fun. And yeah, the position is just bad after rook d6 here. I still
rook d6, yeah, obviously, but those are the moves I've suggested. So
yeah, I still prefer rook e4 over queen c5, but I assume queen c5 is also fine. I just think the queen on a7 is a good enough piece that we don't need to touch it, because it also provides additional threats along the 7th. There might be some other strong moves as well. I'm not claiming those are the only 2 that do something here. But those would be the 2 that I like the most. I guess after rook e4, the improvement for black is that you can actually take with the rook here, because white does not have queen takes c6, which they would have if the queen was on c5 already.
But how likely are you to make a draw in this position? I mean, after rook trade, I mean, I would claim that it's like, I mean, if you a little bit careful, black has 0 chance.
Yeah.
Queen c5, put the queen on e5, and create the outside.
I think it's just lost, yeah.
And that's it, because the moment queen takes the a pawn, you take, I mean, at least 2. You take on e6 with a check, with a couple of checks, you take the h pawn, and quite possibly c6 pawn as well.
No, this just looks horrible, yeah.
So you put the queen on e5, you play a3, then b3, then a4. Okay, maybe playing king h2.
Yeah, and we don't even need to prepare very much, because we control all of the important checks. Like the perpetual normally is being made on those squares.
Well, in fact, you're right. Yeah. We don't even need to move the queen. Yeah, I thought queen.
Yeah, but I think this is maybe effective enough, and we just start pushing the a pawn. A long question from Fabrice Fuentes. What do you think of the increase of accuracy? I think the reason is mostly computer preparation, because I'm not even sure that the top play tactics better than the players of the past. Give a King's Gambit to Magnus and Nepo without today's knowledge of theory, and see how they will play it and if they will be accurate. I think I would agree with like parts of that statement and disagree with the others. I think the quality of play has improved quite dramatically from comparing with even recent past, but definitely comparing with the reasonably distant historic examples. I think Dr. Nan has done some mathematical research on this, and I think the conclusions are reasonably clear that chess players of today are just stronger in general than the chess players of, I don't know, let's say 100 years ago, 50 years ago. Obviously, that doesn't apply to the absolute best players of that time, but if you take any kind of
it does. Look, I mean, Steinitz was considered to be a world champion, and rightfully so. And I'm not only not in the top 200, 300, but also inactive. And still in a match between me and Steinitz, I would bet on myself.
Yeah, I think specifically for me, it would start maybe from Kappa and Alekhine.
Yeah, those are kind of, they have a bit of a mystery aura, right? I mean, so Kappa never had a chess set, so he was gifted, sent from another planet. Alekin, okay, first true worker on chess and so on. So yeah, those guys
Yeah,
were
and honestly,
great.
I don't know why I'm excluding Lasker from the list as well, because I think Lasker was in a lot
Lasker
of
was
ways
cool.
sort of was ahead of his time as well. But specifically, I think Kappa, and I think Alekhine was the first quote unquote modern chess player. I think a lot of things which you see today were first glimpses of it were perhaps seen in Alekhine's games. Obviously, it has been developed much further now, and progress doesn't actually stop. But he was maybe the kind of the harbinger of things we see today.
Does Miro beat Oliver? Yeah, that's a good question.
But in general, I think the quality has improved. As for making Magnus play the King's Gambit from move 2 tomorrow with no access, like if you never show him any theory of the King's Gambit and you just give him the position after f4, ef, knight f3, and say play, I think he will still do better than.
He's still better than yeah. Maybe he doesn't win this immortal game against Kiziritsky, but he'll switch it to more positional ground, but he'll score more than Adolf Andersen.
Yep. We're discussing all kinds of unrelated stuff because there's really not very much going on here.
Not much to discuss in terms of related stuff. So Magnus is thinking we are keen to play rook e4
Yeah, I like rook
in this
e4,
position,
and
right?
some go
on. Hang on. No, I'm hallucinating. Yeah. Rook e4 and chill, right? Basically, rook e4. In fact, threatening to take the pawn on h4.
Yeah.
If nothing happens, I mean, I can't think of an efficient pass for black to let it happen. Like say black plays g6. I think you can take.
Yeah, I agree.
You can take, and queen b8, queen d6 just wins the rook.
Yeah, with a completely winning position. And just in general, it just looks like a good move. And there was a suggestion in chat some time ago that pretty much every single move with the rook along the e file is stronger than queen c5. Because I think specifically you don't want to be allowing queen f6. And if you move the rook somewhere,
rook e4, rook e5.
This is very annoying. And keeping this option available is kind of relevant here. So yeah, rook e3, rook e4, rook e5.
Yeah, agreed.
Maybe getting the rook to f4 as Pathetic Bear is suggesting. But I mean, rook e4 creates a lot of threats.
Also, queen c5 plus y5.
Yeah. I mean, anything, yeah.
That. I mean, I don't know how serious that is, but
yeah.
Yeah, logically, like you do feel that you need to lift the rook on the e file, and rook e4 also kind of does a job of protecting the d4 pawn. And for the queen, yes, queen c5 is one of kind of part of the plan, but also queen on a7 already does a job of controlling b8 and be ready to play queen b8 whenever the black queen is moved. So once again, I'm trying to explain how one can reach almost 2700 not calculating a single line. I mean, by the logical analysis and deduction.
No, but here I think the reason the move hasn't been made yet is that Magnus realizes he's winning, and he wants to make sure he gives no way back into the game for Jan.
Yeah, winning not only the game.
It is one of those kind of hidden match ball type situations, and not even very hidden, honestly. Rook e4 finally on the board, and you do arrive at that decision quite easily, I think, by just asking yourself how to create a threat and how to allow the least amount of things to your opponent, and I think you get there very comfortably. Yeah, and
Rook E4 is
it
on the
does
board.
feel like I'm struggling to name anything apart from bishop b6, rook takes e6. But you also know that this queen ending is lost. If you're playing black, you have no real hope of holding it. So yeah, it's very difficult to even play that, because trading down into something which is lost is one of the worst feelings in chess. King h7, I think I can take on f7. I don't see anything wrong with just taking on f7. I also assume there's something which might even be smarter, like queen c5 might be even stronger.
I mean, honestly, yeah, now after king h7, I am very tempted to go queen c5 and say, still kind of half of your pieces are hanging. Rook h4 is still there, bishop f7 is there, the rook is attacked. Go figure what you have to do.
No, it's just a very, very bad position. And yeah, as usual, we don't actually check with engines, but this is move 25, and this is a position after move 20, which we assumed was pretty much okay for black. So yeah, it's a very, very swift and very, very unforced, feels like, collapse by Jan today. There's a petition in chat to gift us some Highland Park. I am not against that idea. There's a petition in chat to gift us some Highland Park, specifically Highland Park 15 for some reason. Yeah, we don't mind. Yeah.
Wait a sec. Highland Park, was that the one that released the Game of Thrones collection?
Possibly.
I'm
not sure. I've stopped reading the.
I think I think that there've been like 7 or 8. That
was apparently Johnny Walker. Please don't give us any Johnny Walker.
Nah, that's
yeah, let's make some things very clear. We don't want you to waste your money on things of that nature. Krisen is asking, Mir and Peter, are NFTs a good investment opportunity in your opinion? We belong to kind of different schools of thought on that topic in general, but some of them would be the furthest I'm prepared to go. I don't know what Miro's current stance is.
I'm typing, sorry, and I'm not very good at typing and listening to at the same time. NFTs, yeah, brilliant. I've actually bought some recently, but you have to understand that NFT stands for not freaking there. So as long as you are happy to lose your money and still keep the picture, that's a good investment. Other than that,
fair enough.
Don't do it.
I have not read the Ross period. I read a number of books by Ian Banks, but not that. I don't want to, saying I don't want to look stupid after doing, hours and hours of commentary live on air is, a very sweeping statement, which is also entirely untrue. But it's the same Ian Banks who wrote the Culture series, right? I did read the entirety of that, but nothing outside, I think, of that series.
Gorillaz was the first NFT band. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm happy you haven't seen my profile picture on Telegram because because I do look like an ape there.
Yeah, the blue is objectively delicious, says F. Goens. Yeah, but we're snobs. I'm assuming
the blue.
Yeah, that's the 50, I think. Is it? At least 18, but maybe 50.
Nah.
And yeah, probably it's not bad, 50, but we.
I think it's 25, but I mean the thing is, like when you're talking blended whiskey, it means that there is an addition of something 25. And when you can have a single malt, which is, I mean, you're sure that it's like been aged 25. you know.
Resignation coming, question mark. Well, we assume eventually, I think, if Magnus doesn't win this position, it will be a very, very big surprise because it shouldn't be very difficult to convert. White is a pawn up, as they used to say, White is a pawn up, but also has a better position.
Right, I mean, people started to discuss.
Yeah, that's never good. Yeah, let's.
That's better not to do on a chess channel, people. Huh? Please,
kind of try to steer away from that particular topic.
It's it's devil's money. It will all go to zero. So please don't invest in crypto ever.
Okay, Bishop e6 played. We were saying that if you want to prolong the suffering, this is probably what you play. But
have you tried the Aberlour? Well, you've probably missed yesterday's broadcast or the day before yesterday, where Peter said it was his favorite whiskey, and I'm kind of agreed with him.
Mm-hmm.
So we do get this queen's ending, yeah? So we'll see if it's takes queen c5, queen e5, or takes queen c5 and then b3, a4 immediately.
Yeah.
Svidler's English is so good. He could play chess.
And he did in the past.
He's Irish good enough? I mean, that's. I was told those are two different languages.
Huh? Yes. You do want to play queen c5 though, right? Because allowing some kind of queen g5 things or queen d5 things is unnecessary.
TV series, Peter. What's your opinion on Squid Game?
I started watching episode 1, and then, but that was in a very, very specific setting because we had a kind of a family vacation, well, sort of vacation in October for the first time in like 5 years. And we rented a house on Airbnb, and the house actually came with a TV set with a Netflix account, which I don't actually have because I'm lazy, bored, and also just like I have other ways of finding stuff to watch. And I started looking through things, and I spotted Squid Game, but the TV was like in the main room. And I was kind of getting in the way of other people's life by watching it. So I put it on pause and never unpaused it, basically. And also, I didn't enjoy it enough to kind of return to it and watch it once we left the house.
Brilliant. Strangely, okay, Peter, you're aware of myself being busy with other things that I'm no longer watching Hearthstone streams, Hearthstone YouTube, and even TV series and so on. But for a change, that was something that I've watched.
The entirety of it.
The Squid Game. Yeah, the entire thing in, I don't want to lie, but quite possibly in one night. 2 nights for sure.
No, it's very bingeable, yeah.
And the thing is, I mean, it was a couple of weeks before the whole Netflix craze. Like when, I mean, I watched it on Netflix, but it wasn't yet kind of spread. The word wasn't yet kind of spread that this is good. This is a new thing. You absolutely have to go and watch it. So it was recommended by a friend of mine, which is kind of so. Anyway, and then I've read into some articles on it and so on, and they say that it loses a lot in dialogues when translated from Korean to English.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. Yeah.
And you can imagine, I mean, once upon a time back, I've learned, kind of studied English in order to understand things that are translated into Russian and not translated properly. But I'm not learning any Korean just to watch the Squid Game.
And
I mean, it is, well, it's not bad, but I don't understand all the hype.
Yeah, it felt like I'm probably not going to, go through life regretting I've never actually completed it. And there was a question regarding Mr. Robot. I started watching it, and I actually kind of liked the first couple of episodes, but it becomes incredibly sort of derivative and, already by the end of season 1, I was unimpressed enough that I never actually watched season 2. And for me, starting a show and then not watching the entire run is more or less unthinkable. I'm very much a completist. If I start things, I tend to. It's a very, very bad quality because currently, for some reason, I decided to reread the, guilty pleasure of my youth. I used to read a lot of Rex Stout novels when I was a kid, but obviously in Russian because the English versions weren't easily available, and also I didn't know English well enough yet. So I now started reading Rex Stout in English. And it's not that, it's fine, but it's not that great. But I have I really worry that I might read the entire 35 of them now because I started. I really don't need to do that. I don't have time and it's a mistake. But I have a feeling I will now read the entire run. Queen A5 played by Jan.
On the TV, I don't know what we call it. TV shows or I don't know, animations stuff. Have you watched Love, Death, Robots?
That one I really liked.
That's something that really impressed me.
Yeah, season 2 is much worse, I think. Season 2.
Yeah. Okay. I'm very happy. I have other stuff to do. Not to
season
watch
2 is much
season
worse.
2.
It's visually very, very beautiful, but the season 1 I thought was also kind of deep for an animated show, but season 2 season 2 is just very, very beautiful to look at. I watched what was also discussed. Yeah, people suggesting I should check out Discworld. That should be a ban. Patriot is excellent. Pigrante Trosian. I also like your username quite a bit. In the meantime, Jan decided that he doesn't want to kind of die slowly here and went for a forced line with Queen A5, but this position he's just lost. I think the cleanest way to win it for White would be to put the Queen. I assume the King goes to F8. I think it goes to F8 probably, and then we go Queen D6.
No. I mean, where exactly do you
play
put
like
the
this? We
Queen
play
for
Queen
White?
D6 check. We wait for you to vacate the F2 square, and then we push, and then I guess we just queen the d-pawn. I'm pretty sure we queen the d-pawn here.
Once again, I mean, you're able to calculate lines, Peter, but you are not sadistic enough. I think you don't go d6, you just collect h4 pawn, preferably with checks. You make your king safe.
Also fair, yeah.
You win with 2/3 extra pawns. I mean, of course, the line you've provided.
I don't disagree. He played King H7. King H7. Then we do what you said. Yeah. Then we.
King H7. Where it is? Queen E6. King H7.
Then we can play something like Queen G4.
How do we do it?
Next move, Queen. If we have.
Queen H4. We have. Queen G4. We had 2 pawns up, right? And not a single check available, funny enough,
Yeah.
Not only there, but like give black 2 moves, 3 moves, I don't know. Check from d6 or what?
Yeah.
What can you do?
It just looks completely lost, honestly. It just looks like there shouldn't be any chances at all for black.
People mentioning Twin Peaks.
Yeah, there's a lot of mentions. Some of them I endorse, some of them not so much.
What about Twin Peaks, Peter?
Twin Peaks was actually shown on Soviet TV when I was a kid, and I didn't really watch properly.
Yeah, and
then I decided to watch it recently, and I mean, I really like things which are sort of, pardon my I mean, we are probably at the stage, kids, if there are some kids out there. Mute the sound of the stream for a second. Like I very much prefer sort of sad music and like fucked up TV. And Twin Peaks definitely belongs in that category and is one of the the earliest and the best examples of it. But still, it's just kind of way too slow for me these days. Like even.
No, but. Exactly. That's what I wanted to say. That look, I mean, I do remember this being shown. I don't think it was a Soviet, like a kind of post-Soviet TV. It could have been. Perestroika
never
TV, never be shown on Soviet. But that was shown at the pace of 1 episode or possibly 2 episodes per week. right? And then you, as a teenager, I believe we both were teenagers at that time. I would wait patiently and look at the next episode. It was so mysterious and good. And then when you were able to download and look at the entire thing, and you're like, what?
Yeah,
Nothing's
yes.
happens. Nothing happens. Yeah, and yeah, the pace has changed.
Yeah, and
The pace has
even
changed.
though I'm old enough, like you would think I'm old enough and boring enough myself to be able to manage things which are very moody and atmospheric and not much is happening from episode to episode, but still I kind of struggled with the tempo of it. And the third season is supposed to be the absolute, pinnacle of human achievement. And I know Neil thinks that, for instance, and Neil normally is a very good authority on these things. At least I think Neil. Yeah,
Someone
but I
we
haven't.
can trust,
I have it in my folder to watch, but I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, but honestly, I would say, like, I mean, maybe it's an unfair comparison, but it's like Twin Peaks is, at the current state of events, is like True Detective season 1, but
slower and less
slowed down
and less coherent.
5x.
Because I think True Detective season 1, despite being incredibly slow in places, it's still like it hangs together as a story. And Twin Peaks is like all atmosphere. The story really at some point completely falls apart, it feels like.
Yeah, I stand by the point brought up in a Twitch chat that season 2 of True Detective is.
I didn't mind it
Yeah.
as much as I was supposed to,
Okay.
but yeah, it's not as good as season 1.
Season 3 is a very good visual, but like episode 5 was something I've just lost the plot and never came back. So season 1 was awesome. Season 2, I kind of forced myself into it because I liked season 1 so much. Season 3,
and I've watched the entirety of BoJack, and I think BoJack is kind of required viewing for sure. Yeah. To that, as to many other things in life, I have to give thanks to Gusti, because I think without Gusti, I would have thought, why do I need to watch a show about a horse? And my life would have been much the poorer if I made that decision.
So what's going on? We have a game of chess.
Not really.
Yeah,
Not
right.
really. I mean, I showed some lines.
Not
the
really.
thing is, with the queen on
Not
e4,
anymore,
there is no
yeah.
perpetual being threatened at all, because we control the e1 square. So you can just pretty much... Yeah, I
So
think
you
you
just
just
push
queen the
king,
d pawn.
right?
As far as I can tell, d5, d6 just kind of wins.
D5,
Yeah, we just go
takes,
d6.
we go
I
D6,
showed
he has
that.
no
Yeah,
check.
and I think it more or less
Mhm.
wins. You can play queen f6 and d7 would be a mistake, but you do play queen d5 check and then d7, and the king comes out to e2 and you win. And Magnus instead played b2, b3, which is, I assume, a version of the same. I don't know why it was required, but I mean, why not?
Because he
Yeah.
prefers 2 pawns over
I mean,
1 pawn.
what's the reply to queen takes a2 is my question. Is like the
Check D5, take B5,
that
2
way.
pawns over 1 pawn.
Really greedy. Yeah,
Sadistic. Yeah. I mean, not only you have to win, but you have to
I'm just not
destroy your
sadistic
pawn.
enough. You're coming back to the earlier statements. I'm just not sadistic enough. Yeah, fair enough. And if you go b5, b4, trying to stop white from getting a passer, now you play d5, I guess. And it's even more painful than the previous line. Somehow.
Fair point. Okay, Sergei won to draw at this point. Which is thumbs up for this comment.
That's a good comment. Yeah, that's a good comment.
Yeah. Do you see this Peter Miron chess-related topic, particularly referring to Peter's chessable cores? Do you use any kind of?
I think you asked
memory
it on a
techniques
previous stream as
for
well, and
the
I didn't
open?
answer. And it's a good question, and apologies, because like I actually try to answer the questions which make sense and which are not the usual questions you get. I don't, but I think it would be useful if you could find something that worked for you. I personally have never tried. I just rely on the fact that my memory is probably as I think is required for a chess player above a certain level. My memory is probably, at least specifically for chess variations, better than average. So they just kind of stick anyway. But as years go on, I think if I could find some kind of a technique to help with that, it would be extremely useful. And in the context of the Chessable course, I am a Chessable author. I am not very much of a Chessable user, sadly. Not because I don't like the software, just because I don't really work on chess very much these days. But I think from what I hear, the concept of spaced repetition that Chessable uses is quite viable. I just myself cannot really attest to it because, yeah, that would require, working on chess.
People say Svidler is just a prodigy.
Was.
I don't know what this refers to be honest. And since this question was addressed to kind of both of us, do you mind if I answer it well? I mean, I honestly given up trying to not only to remember the opening lines, but playing chess altogether. The moment that you did require any memory techniques. Seriously, I mean, till the point when you could logically understand the difference between two lines. And then they say, if they play d3, then I have to prefer bishop f5. And then if they play d4, I have to prefer bishop g4 for that and that particular reason. That far, I've made it. But then when somebody is going to tell me that, okay, this now makes no logic whatsoever, like in the bishop g5 knight lines. Yeah, like it makes no sense whatsoever. It just there is no logic. You just have to memorize. That's the point that I've given up.
Yeah, and those I've always
Seriously.
like. That's also has always been my preference when I chose lines to play. I always tried to play lines in the Grunfeld, also in the Sicilian when I was a more active Sicilian player. I always preferred lines where I could actually explain to myself why I'm making the moves that I'm making. Because not because I couldn't trust myself to memorize what I needed to memorize, but just simply it's sort of more enjoyable to play positions where you understand on some level why you're doing what you're doing. And yeah, you understand Magnus better than I do in these types of positions. And he also included the queen a8 check to have the check from h5 here.
Yeah, check from h5. So what he's trying to say is that your only move to not to resign immediately is queen f2, because otherwise I'll confiscate
and then we go queen
yet
e5 and we start pushing.
And if you go queen f2, I play queen e5.
Yeah.
And I look at you and ask, why
exactly.
Don't you
The old, the probably by this point the most famous Viktor Korchnoi quote. Yeah. Do you speak English? Yes. Why don't you resign? Who?
Do you speak English?
No. It was
quotes, or not on this? No.
Yeah, those are
English.
Yeah, those are also
it?
very, very valid quotes to use at most times in life. Yeah. Who would win, Sun or Sun-sized bunny? Was an earlier question in chat, and I mean Sun has just won a very strong tournament. So if it's BGs, maybe I'm taking Sun. If it's classical, I'm taking bunny. Classical. Why am I saying classical? Classical doesn't really exist. Like it's standard. What?
Classical. I mean, when they brought up the classic mode, I actually became interested for
traditional,
a very short period of time, like
over the board Hearthstone. Can you bring Sasha to do some commentary with you both? I think we both would love to, but I think he's otherwise engaged. He's been doing a lot of work on rival channels. Saj.
Also managing a number of kids. I mean, I'm losing the number.
4, yeah. If it's already
Pretty
5,
much, yeah.
I will feel kind of sad because it means that we've really not spoken to each other for way too long.
Kids, yeah. Sasha has
Yeah.
kids. Surprise.
Surprise. Queen e5. I mean, the surprise here is that Queen e5 hasn't been played yet. Like, what can be stronger than Queen e5 in this position? Check and Queen
Jack
e5.
and Queen
maybe,
e5
yeah.
for some mysterious reason,
Check
you know.
e5. Yeah, he has played Queen e5. And yeah, this is very, very resignable now. I'm trying to figure out, like, if you trade... Yeah, exactly. You play Queen b2 here because you want to play d5. And then I assume the simplest way is just to kind of take h4 and then return Queen to e5 and win that. But as long as the pawn is still on d4 and not on d6, there's still something, you know, kind of barely alive in the position left. So is there a way to win by force here? Like, just absolutely force?
Why would you? I mean, I don't understand your desire to win by force instead of torturing your opponent.
So what do you do here? Yeah. You just play like Queen d8 check and then d5, yeah, and then you bring it back to good diagonals somehow.
Maybe don't play d5, maybe return the queen to e5 first. Like Queen d6 here.
Yeah, and then d5, and then, yeah, eventually it gets to d6. Yeah, it's just, yeah, you can't stop any of that. And also with the pawn...
You're not actually promoting the d-pawn, Peter. You're exchanging the queen, queens using the d-pawn, and then you win 2v1.
Yeah, I was going to ask, if they're on g2 and h3 against g7, pretty much every single pawn ending will be winning, right? They need to be further up the board. White needs to lose a lot of free tempi.
No, I think h7 is problematic. g7...
yeah, maybe that is even true, yeah. I mean, there's obviously ways to spoil it, but... yeah, as long as you don't lose your mind, you probably just win it quite easily. Yeah.
Peter, do you play
Magic
the
play
Gathering?
MTG. I play most else there, but not MTG.
There was something in the Twitch chat that was I was interested to answer, but it's Miro has kids. Yes, he does. Kid, to be more specific.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it seems quite attractive to play d5 here, but I guess we just never bother, right? We just kind of, we take the boring, most solid way possible to win this. Because, like, if you do this, it looks for a second like you're winning by force, and then you spot Queen b8, and you start thinking, why did I need to calculate a single variation? Oh, no, hang on, there's Queen... we do win,
c4, though?
We just win, Queen c4, Queen c7.
Queen c4, King f8, Queen c7... Yeah, you can't move the queen. Yeah, so that's the cleanest. That's actually a clean.
Yeah, so I guess d5 just wins now.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't
every move win?
Pretty much, yeah.
Kind of, but that's once again that's a dangerous situation. I mean, the moment you relax because every move wins is a dangerous moment.
Yeah, and if they play instead of Queen b8 something like, I don't know, Queen d1 or Queen b6, then we can do something, I don't know. Queen d5.
Do stuff.
Should be good enough.
And then?
I think d7 wins. This is the issue. I think d7 just wins.
Oh, Queen c7. I mean, I'm worried that he'll give.
It's not, with the Queen on d5. It really isn't bajillion. They run out really fast.
Yeah, Queen f4, King e2.
Yeah, that actually ends.
That's game over.
Yeah, and if you check from this side, I just run up the board.
I think that's an important setup because Queen c2 I'm remotely not worried about because I can just go to the h pawn.
There, and then back.
Yeah, I mean you take the h pawn and then you come back to your plan, but without the...
Exactly. Yeah. So we kind of
d5 is a draw. Come on, I mean.
There's Queen g3 checks. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, like in this position, there's a strong move which we kind of missed. Yeah. Okay.
You've managed to convince me into that. I would never ever surrender my beautiful b3 pawn.
Even in exchange for h4? Yeah, he actually wants to keep...
Yes, Magnus, do the right thing. Queen d3, put the queen behind the passed pawn, then move the passed pawn, then move the other pawn.
I don't know. I do not endorse. No endorsement from me. at least like specifically like queen e3, maybe I could understand with the idea of playing d5 next move. But now if we play queen d3, we don't really want to play d5 because queen e5 check is kind of annoying. If you play queen f2 though, yeah, I think Jan is basically just sitting there thinking, like, just you know, kind of get it done with. I no longer care. Just, you know, win already. Because I don't think you needed to touch the queen at all. d5, queen e5 wasn't really a threat.
I think my friend Magnus is going to give couple of checks, reach move 40, and then he will have the whole hour to solve this beautiful queen's ending with 2 extra pawns.
Yes, but why?
And that's a match ball, not the set.
Yeah, we assume it's a match ball. Yeah, we. Yeah, not the way I would have proceeded here, but definitely good enough. I mean, pretty much anything is good enough because you cannot really spoil this position very easily for white. At move 14 never resigns, says Schnebler. Queen c3. So he actually wants to push the b pawn. This is kind of funny.
Yep.
Because yeah, there's no checks now.
Why not?
And you can push whichever one you like. Yeah. Kind of a reference to, there was an Australian captain who really liked the term mental disintegration as applied to you know, the opponents Australia played, and winning this position in this fashion does bring to mind the concept of mental disintegration. Because you like, this is definitely not the fastest or the most efficient way of winning this position, but it's good enough, and it also makes Jan sit there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you call it kind of yeah or nay efficient, it's not clear. For the game, yes, but for the match, I mean, maybe you actually want to kind of assert dominance.
Yeah. I like, it's very alien to me, but I can, like, if we assume it's at least in some way the explanation for what is happening, it's kind of cruel, but I can see the point, and it's definitely not. Yeah, it's definitely not.
Absolutely. No, I mean, call me coward, but
Yeah,
I would do this.
7 and just
I mean,
start
if
pushing.
ever I'm getting the position where I have a choice, and I know I'll have to play a few more games with the guy, I would actually try to make him rage a bit.
Yeah. And we have reached move 40, but like we've already started, so there is no particular reason for a break here. Svidler finds this position is difficult because he would have resigned 20 moves ago. That's a bit harsh. The number is actually 10.
That's a bit harsh.
The number is not that high. Yeah, the
might
number
have
is
as
not
well.
that high. I feel you're, you know, besmirching my good name. Stop with the besmirching. No besmirching is allowed. Yeah, King h7, like, I guess d5 is fine, but also before b5 is fine. It's all of those things are pretty much equally winning. Besmirching expert here. Yeah. Exactly. Stop Magnus, he's already dead. Well, he refuses to admit he's dead, so Magnus can't really stop. But yeah, it's there is definitely an element of playing with his food here. Was the move 21 crucial blow if I want to rewind and watch? The sequence of d takes c4 and b5 was a very, very bad mistake, Peter. And it's also kind of difficult to figure out exactly what he missed in playing dc4 and b5. But yeah, the position seemed like we kind of assumed it's unrecoverable once he's done that. Yeah.
Plus 14.
Look
Thank
how
you
they
very much.
massacred my boy.
No, look, but otherwise we wouldn't be able to figure out that white is winning. I mean, unless plus 14 is provided. Yeah, that's that's kind of a drawback of having the engine analysis and not having any human understanding on stream. Because here, imagine now, Magnus does something which brings the evaluation from plus 14 to the mere plus
10-ish,
10.
yeah.
And what do we say? I mean, well, he's an idiot. He doesn't see the strongest move. He made a mistake.
The concept of calling things blunders has definitely evolved in my lifetime. From, a move that dramatically changed the evaluation of the position to something that dropped the evaluation by, I don't know, 150 centipawns, regardless of like what it did to the position or how difficult the decision was, or.
Yeah, Peter, let's use this back in my days. It's kind of back in my days. I mean, you had 2 rooks, and then you make a move, and you have 1 rook all of a sudden. That was called the blunder.
Yeah. I think b5 can be called, it's definitely blunder adjacent to just a blunder. I just really hate using the word blunder when we talk about players of this strength, but I just don't really understand the reasoning behind it and what he could have missed. So yeah, this is a very, very bad mistake. In particular, because the refutation, such as it is basically, giving a check and taking a pawn. It's not something mind-boggling and difficult in reply, so, yeah. This, I think, would be somewhat fair to describe as a blunder. Yeah, Your message, Bivish, is not long enough for me to use the entire, I ain't reading all that, but I'm happy for you, or sorry that happened shtick, but that's how I feel about, like, the I ain't reading all that is definitely very much in place there. The rest is less applicable.
Engines should recommend the longest possible mating lines to demoralize your opponent. Agree or nay? Imagine there would be a magical button to kind of to tweak the engine.
Instead of the...
So, kind of you describe the tournament as the World Championship match, and then you press the magic button, and it provides you with kind of still keeping the position with the same assessment, kind of in the range. If it's winning, it's winning. But instead of the fastest checkmate or fastest win, it would provide you with the longest one.
And instead of the contempt factor, we can call it like torture factor or something.
Torture factor, exactly. And also Keck W. I mean, why not? Sadistic factor, yeah.
Svidler reads way too long, completely bloated fantasy books, but can't be arsed to read one paragraph in chat, shaking my head. It's a matter of choice, right? We all have quote-unquote free will. So I'm exercising my free will to read or not read things in chat. And now it's a pasta. I'm very proud of you people. You are.
Finally, we have our own copy pasta, yeah?
Now it's a pasta.
Go on Twitch chat.
To be frank, he doesn't actually read the novels, said Nizai. That's confidential information you're leaking there, and.
Yeah. By the way, Peter, a few days ago, what's the abbreviation for today? I've learned that, whatever. Yeah. So a few days ago, I figured out that there is, I believe those exist in every single language you can think of, but there is a Russian language YouTube channel which aims at kind of telling you the gist of the book in half an hour. And the guy is currently at book number 200 and something. So any possible book you can think of, the guy makes a 20/30 minutes video with all the things you should know about the book.
Yeah, but that's
sounds easy, right? So, I mean, you just watch and then you can claim that I've read this.
That's a concept of Cliff Notes, right? And it also, I think, existed in my father's time. I'm pretty sure my dad told me that those things like existed to help you pass exams.
You mean
they weren't videos. They were not videos, but they were like those like precise things existed for people who were who couldn't be arsed to actually read all four volumes of War and Peace, but still needed to write.
I mean, Mr. Doji is rather sharp. He's done over 200 any book you can think of. Yeah, I've read 3. I've read 3, so don't really push me too hard.
Ridiculous as Wanted for Blunder. There are way fewer than 200 books.
I'm uneducated person, so do not really try to catch me on my word.
Yeah, Magnus is still.
There are at least 4 books. Prove me wrong. Yeah. That's how. There are at least 4 books. Prove me wrong.
Yes. And.
Did I read 3 or listen to 3? Yeah, no, I've read 3. I mean, how do you call it? I mean, the book the ABC book. I mean, basically, the one that teaches you to read, right? And then the second one and the blue one. And those are the 3 that I've read.
The second one and the blue one.
And the blue one,
the blue one is very important. Yeah, I'm not sure what Queen D3 check is all about. I mean, the whole sadism angle aside, I mean, I'm reasonably certain Magnus will win this game, but I also don't quite understand what he's doing.
I mean, honestly, I think it's all about schematic thinking now, and we've found a couple of setups that win. But maybe he found just some perverse 3rd or 4th or whatever it is. And now I can think of putting the queen to d1, king to h1, kind of moving the d pawn all the way until it stops, and then moving the b pawn. I mean, you never know what exactly he has in his mind. It's not like that's the only solution to this position, if it's +12 or whatever Twitch chat was claiming.
And people are mentioning BM as a possible explanation for what is happening. Honestly, considering that, we suspect the queen has to stay on a 4 or thereabouts. So the thing with the black position after, let's say, queen d1, I don't know, king g7, d5, you can't even try to get the king to d8 so that the queen can continue staying active.
Yeah, because queens are exchanged, and for a second,
the queen will just get traded on f3, and even if you lose the d5 pawn in the process, you still have enough extra to very, very easily win the pawn ending. So you end up having to play something like queen d6, and then we can play, I don't know, queen d4 check, and then start pushing the second one. And I mean, as we've both mentioned more than once, the issue here is pretty much, unless you kind of have some kind of a catastrophic event, and I don't know, just your health suddenly fails you at a crucial moment, it's very difficult to spoil this position for white.
Peter, bring me back not the chess nerd Peter, but kind of bookworm Peter. Because, I mean, someone in the Twitch chat mentioned that You just say, I read War and Peace and Every Girl Is Yours in Russia. And I don't think they have the title of a book translated well. I don't think it's... No, honestly, it's not War and Peace, with all due respect.
It's
It's War and the World, you know? I mean, no, honestly, I mean, me, as a person who read 3 books, period, right? It's... what do you call it? Kind of the ancient Slavonic spelling, blah, blah. There was... I mean, it's Vainai but this mir thing, you could spell in 2 ways. In fact, same in English, right? I mean, you can spell it... Come on. Not spell, but... I mean, peace means like 2 sides which, being at war, all of a sudden are friends. On the other hand, there is the world, the peace. And I think the way Tolstoy kind of spelled it, it was the war and the world. Bomb, you know, knowledge bomb from Miro. So the way it is translated into English...
I've never really given it very much thought. I should probably actually do some research on this, because this is interesting and not at all like...
Starting from reading...
I have read the damn thing, but that was a long time ago.
I wouldn't claim it's a blue book that I've read. but yeah, but it's very often that people do discuss kind of great Russian literature without really understanding, I mean, or kind of getting wrong impression by the translation and stuff.
Artie Born saying, Peter trying to remember Russian. Yeah, I was sitting there with a very kind of a confused look on my face, and that was clearly what I was doing. Yeah, that's a correct read. Correct read, all right. We aren't really discussing the chess game in progress because there's not much to discuss. Do you guys browse Anarchy Chess? I know of Anarchy Chess, but unless somebody links me something, I don't go there, which is probably a mistake, because whenever I get linked something from there, it's almost inevitably very, very fun. So we could maybe try to liven it up by, like, I don't know if I don't have polling privileges on this channel, do I? Let me try. Nope.
Queen to D1, played by Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah,
I'm happy. I couldn't be happy.
Yeah. No, that wasn't what I was. Like, I kind of briefly considered it yesterday, Siddhartha, but not today. No, I was going to kind of run a poll on what the next move will be, or like the how long the game will continue from here. But now that he's played Queen D1, it's less interesting.
No, it's not. It's a very interesting game.
You tell me something new about it then.
Not choppy, really.
Not choppy.
Really should resign. I mean, come on. I mean, what's the funniest name so far that Jan has got from a Twitch chat?
It's not even that. It's specifically Kohisin who spells his name differently every single time. Yeah, and
not choppy. I mean, I can't read, obviously.
Yeah, and it's a kind of a running gag by this point, which I'm sort of enjoying, even though...
You know, and new opinions in Twitch chat. So this time, YouTube chats. So this time Miro looks like Berbatov. You know who Berbatov is?
Well, I was aware of the original Berbatov, I think, who was a footballer.
The footballer, and I thought... I mean, once again, I mean, I might be wrong, but I think it's... this München Gladbach, or
He also played
what's
for
called? BVB.
He also played
something.
for an English club at some point, didn't he?
Could be, yeah. Or Bulgarian, obviously, yeah. But
Yeah.
Dimitar Berbatov.
Miro looks like a Daniel Craig with some extra mileage.
Very tan. Look, along with very tan Jason Statham, which I
Yes.
take as a compliment, along with Knopfler, I think, from a couple of days ago, along with. I mean, guys, I do look like.
Yeah. ... Daniel Craig.
I mean, it's a bit of a strange.
Daniel Craig is like genuinely good. Yeah, the
Daniel Craig. I mean,
yeah. Anyway,
that's taking it to extreme now.
Jean Renault.
And now we go King H1.
Yeah.
So I actually do guess all the moves by Carlos Magnussen correctly.
Serious question. Miro, is your Twitch name based off of Haralabos Vulgaris?
Not really. I mean, first of all, I've spelled the Vulgaris wrongly. And my Twitter name is GM Vulgaris, which is kind of an ordinary grandmaster. And I thought it was clever. And I still think it is. What?
It will happen because otherwise you can't really.
You want to make
it's
it
the only chance.
I take G4. And I do not react to it.
The way, yeah.
Just like go G6, yeah. Queen G3, you may argue.
Then you probably react in some way.
Yeah, then I kind of have to react because D7 is not very good. But I go to G1, F1, and with 3 pawns.
Yeah.
I think I'm able to run away. I mean, we could look at it a little bit. I don't think you need checks. You just take go King G1. Go King F1.
Yeah. I just saw something in chat which appears to be kind of relevant to what we were saying earlier. Ogi P says Tolstoy translated his title into French, La guerre et la paix, and that means war and peace. So that because I mean they obviously spoke. The Russian nobility at the time pretty much spoke more French than they spoke Russian. So he wasn't necessarily but I mean nobility. I'm pretty sure he still.
And you can believe me, as someone who had been to Yasnaya Polyana, which was his estate, just a couple of months ago. He wasn't necessarily an ability, but
he knew French. I mean, I'm pretty.
He kind of knew.
Did
French
I completely destroy the French pronunciation, Hisin? I tried my best not to completely destroy. Okay, good. So how do we the line you were proposing?
Men who read 3 books, but proper books.
Yeah, like here there's a bit of an issue because I think you have to give up G4 or D6 with check. You still win. You probably do something like this, right?
Why don't you?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah,
give me the liberty of playing King F2 to
apologies.
Queen H3, and then E3, and then all the way to 7th rank.
Okay.
No pronunciation was fine on this stream.
Yeah, I think a comma is missing in that statement. I'm pretty sure. It's no. Pronunciation was fine. Which is why punctuation is very important, kids. Always punctuate. But also, apparently, if you end the sentence with a hard...
Peter is English, not French. That's absolutely correct. Sir.
No pronunciation, comma, was fine.
Was fine.
Yeah, but what we in recent Zoomer news, apart from like the very funny memes of Zoomers apparently being incapable of reading analog clocks, there was also this whole thing about if you end a text with a period, this apparently is an act of aggression and will be taken as such by Zoomers. Like
Well,
if you type a text and you end it with a period.
But how do you freaking figure out there is a period or not? I mean,
Oof, period, says designer. Dot dot dot. Yeah, the people with the dot dot dots are, running a gauntlet there. You might get banned. The mods.
no. Honestly, I mean that's exactly what I mean, it's one of the things that I'm trying to get rid of. That I'm using. I mean, when I'm writing to someone, a kind of a prolonged letter, and not just not just a Telegram chat or something. I'm using too much of those dot things.
Yeah, and there's a quote from an article somewhere, I assume, by Stone Dania, on the topic of two spellings of the word mir, for Vaina Mir. And seems like it is War and Peace, but yeah, I've never really thought about it. And like both meanings would make sense in terms of, the content of the books, but seems like maybe it was War and Peace. Com says Mate in 11. No.
Mate in 11, no.
But yeah, somebody suggested g4 and then hg queen g3, but it doesn't change anything because we react to h3 with d6 anyway, and you can play queen g3 here.
Yeah. People mentioned Anna Karenina on stream.
Yeah.
That's I mean, it doesn't fall in the range of 3 books that I've read. You know what's the problem with Anna Karenina?
She dies.
Peter?
She dies.
Huh?
It's very sad.
Nah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the fact that she dies. She's married to an
Yes.
old man, right? Throughout the book. And you know how old
I think he's
is
40.
the old man? He's kind of 40.
Yeah, 42. Yeah, I think
2, which is exactly the age I'm in. I mean, so when they say, I mean, okay, she's nice, she's romantic, blah blah, and she's married to an old freaking man, and he's 42.
I was just reading that book, you bullies.
I'm sad.
Yeah, we did.
Spoiler alert! Say, do not watch the stream if you're Anna Karenina.
Yeah, and Magnus just goes queen f3 here, doesn't even want to allow whatever, and Jan just resigns. Yeah, this is a bit of a sudden conclusion to the game, because I don't think this position is any worse than any of the positions we've seen before, but I think Jan just has had enough. Doesn't really want to sit there anymore.
Hang on. Why isn't it worse? Like you take on
It's the
G2.
same. Like, I mean, you're 3 pawns down now instead of 2, but I mean, the position was lost for a while now.
No, I think it's arguably even worse. Because you go check D2, check H6, I go to G3, check D6, King G2, and then you probably have to trade the queens. I mean, worse as in queen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just completely lost.
Come on, I mean, it's not the position that we are discussing seriously.
Yeah. It's it's not really a position that needs discussion. I'm just kind of, it's a bit of an arbitrary point to resign, but I mean, it's as good as any other. I'm definitely not criticizing it. I haven't actually refilled my glass. I'm keeping myself on a very strict, like, one drink of whiskey per stream ratio, which is probably a mistake. Maybe I would have been more fun at parties if I drank more. What is there to say about this game? It
ends the
effectively
match.
ends. Yeah, it feels like it
Pretty
effectively
much.
ends the match.
I mean, it'd be. I mean, I would like to be laughed at me, like say game 14 when the score is equal,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, I would really love when people kind of laugh at me and say, okay, you said it ends the match and it's game 14 and Max is white and the score is equal and so on and so on. But I don't think it
Yeah,
will
I think
happen.
specifically, the way these 3 days have gone. Yeah. I mean,
Precisely. I mean, he won the game he wanted to win, and then he won the game he
Yeah.
wanted to draw. So, and knowing how kind of how fluid, kind of Mercury-like Jan's
Yeah.
psychology is, I don't think with 3 day being next day, I don't think you're
Yeah,
coming
it's
back.
it's that. Yeah, I mean, -2 would have been extremely difficult to come back from anyway. But specifically, the way those two things happened in one batch of games, Game 6, which was full of content and was an extremely difficult game to play, and Jan actually played it extremely well for very, very large portions, and he still lost, and I think, at least half consciously, took yesterday sort of off. I mean, he played a principled opening. It's not like he came to make a draw, but at the first critical juncture of the game where there was a choice, he made a move which basically just sterilized the position instantly. And even after that sort of day off, he then proceeded to lose, this position, the one I have on the big screen now. Yeah, it's just going to be so hard to kind of refocus yourself to continue fighting after this. And that is just completely leaving aside the fact that you're -2 against Magnus, which means that you need to win 2 games in the last 6, which is, not very easy at the best of times, but just, psychologically, it's just devastating when you lose today. Not a lot to be said about the game itself. I'm pretty sure this position is not that much worse for Black, and you can equalize it with accurate play. The biggest question, of course, has to be, why do you continue pretending that you're playing for a win here instead of playing Queen e7? I think if he plays Queen e7 here, he never loses. So, yeah, that decision has to be questioned a little bit.
I mean, one more time,
Yeah,
Bishop g5. Remember something that we were discussing?
choose a
check
rook.
and okay, rook takes king
okay,
f8. Yeah,
not that move. Not that move. Yeah.
whatever. Some
Yeah.
rook king f8.
I don't think you lose this position ever. I just play f6, king f7 next. No. There's just nothing here.
Yeah.
I don't think you lose this position. And maybe queen takes e7 is like borderline slightly more precise, but it's very similar. I can maybe even go to f6 in this position, like king f6, h4, and then I don't blunder mate in 1. Somehow, miraculously, I don't blunder mate in 1, and then I don't lose. So
Bishop e7.
I mean,
though.
yes, but also no, right?
But maybe there is.
Yeah, if I don't want this, I go king f8. I think it's pretty much the same position. Yeah, without the queens on the board, I'm pretty sure I kind of never lose this position ever.
So that provides us with the answer when exactly Jan is playing his next sharp knife, which is
I don't think he
Pretty
gets
much.
to see 1e4 again in this match. Not that bishop b5 check will provide him with very many winning chances. Like, I'm pretty sure he never sees an open Sicilian in this match. I'm pretty sure in this position Magnus just goes bishop b5 check. But also I don't think he sees 1e4 ever again. I think he sees this position on move 1 for the rest of the match. And try to play for a win against like a delayed Catalan or something. Because I mean, against the actual Catalan, you can maybe play, some extremely sharp. Like, I don't know how these lines stand currently, but
Why do
Exactly.
you
Yeah, I
castle,
mean, you don't
Peter?
have to. Yeah, you can play Queen A4 here or something.
Queen A4 is pretty much the divorce draw. I mean, if you want it with white, Bishop B4, Bishop D2, Knight D5, and there is a move. I mean, you don't have to go for Bishop
Yeah,
D4
I think they
A3
do it
thing.
like. No, I think
Yeah,
they
the
take and then
castle
they
and
castle,
I mean,
knight
some sort of
A3, B6,
yeah,
King
yeah,
D5, right? No, not here, not
yeah,
obviously
yeah.
not here, bishop somewhere. Yeah, doesn't matter.
Maybe start with Queen B5.
It really isn't that important, but
Whatever.
yeah,
I
you
mean,
obviously have bailouts along the way, but you can also do it the way Magnus did in game, whatever it was, 4 and 6. Just kind of offering the pawn sacrifice later, just go G3 here and play C4 and move 6, so that all of those lines just disappear completely off the agenda. Yeah, Benoni time, but
says
Nizahi. And I will say that for me personally, I actually found that maybe playing E4 in a must-draw game is easier for me because I just feel much more comfortable in those positions. But I think Magnus just never returns to it. Yeah?
Peter, I mean, I do understand kind of most of your viewers and 20 of my viewers who joined the, who joined the stream, they do know what Benoni means, but maybe for the new guys, we have to mention, I mean, not the moves order, but the meaning.
So,
I mean, you do play
it means
Benoni,
the child of sorrow, yeah?
But Benoni in Hebrew means the son of sorrow. So you only play the Benoni when you are fucked, basically.
That is a good segue there, yeah. That is a very solid segue right there. But yeah, you might have to. You might have to anyway. -2.
Yeah, this time you might have to, but it kind of reflects the situation you're in.
But I mean, with 6 games to go, he probably cannot afford to give Magnus any easy draws with white anymore. But then you run a very, very serious risk of just kind of crashing and burning completely. Yeah, he's in a very, very bad spot, obviously. We're not going to be, this is not breaking news. -2 against Magnus is not where you want to be.
With less than half
with only 6 games to go. Time for central opening, yeah, and Queen C4, yeah, the newfangled central opening. I still don't understand how this is a thing.
I mean, once again, the fact that you're 2 nailed down is, I mean, it's mind-boggling. It's like always being like, I mean, if your opponent has +1, that then you kind of have a chance. Even like last game, you're black, but you can do something. I mean, +2 is a freaking a lot. The freaking a lot, and it'll affect not only your opponents but also your opening.
It impacts
choices.
everything because when you're still only trailing by 1, you can definitely leave everything to like the last couple of games and continue playing quote unquote normally for a while. But yeah, -2, this could actually turn into a bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah, like Peter, would you agree? I mean, how many? It's 6 games left, so 3 of them with white, and then you can say, I'll play 3 of those bullshits. And maybe I'll win 1 of them.
Yeah, but you're -2 already. Yeah, exactly.
Once again, I mean, you can try it once, but and imagine you try it once, and then all of a sudden it turns out that your opponent is prepared.
Yeah, exactly. And
you don't have all that many bullets left, and once again it's -2.
And also, once you start taking risks in order to catch up, you dramatically increase the risk of the score going. Yeah, like it can go to -3 very easily. Like there is like a vast difference between -1. Like basically, 50% and -1 is one set of scores, and everything else is open once it leaves that margin, because you have to take drastically more risks as a side trying to catch up. And that obviously, increases the probability of you getting punished for taking those risks. So yeah, Jan is in desperate trouble. Tomorrow is the rest day, but after a game like this, you spend this rest day kind of, as the quote from the first season of Californication goes, self-loathing was strong in him that day. And Jan has enough, he is a very sort of reflective person. He does tend to think about things. So for him.
So you mean he will shoot himself in the foot? Because I'm trying to avoid saying kick himself in a, for being -2.
Yeah, I think he will. Yeah, the biggest quest I think for the people around him there in Dubai would be to somehow take him out of that incredibly miserable kind of a cocoon he will be in after this game, because he will be
kind of to convince him
just to make him
on.
alive again, because you get so unbelievably down on yourself when you lose a game of chess like this, in particular when it's this high stakes. I remember, I'm kind of instantly drawn to that game of billiards we played in Baku, and like there was at the time where I could actually still play some billiards, and we actually gave up after 20 minutes because I could barely hit the cue ball. Like nothing was moving. I was just kind of collapsing on my feet there after game 3 against Sergey in the final.
It was 2-1. Yeah,
I haven't even lost game 4 at that point. I just did not draw a completely winning position in game 3 to win my second World Cup. And Miros suggested we should go play some billiards, and we genuinely gave up after like half an hour because I just couldn't, I physically couldn't function. And he will be. His stakes are higher. My stakes were reasonably high. His stakes are higher. So yeah, he's not going to be in the fun state of mind. And on that extremely cheerful memory, we should probably wrap it up. We will be back on air.
Yeah, we should probably drink some more, but
maybe
off
that.
air.
Maybe that. I actually have some left.
Yeah.
We will be back on air on Tuesday. We might have guests, but my feeling is on Tuesday, Vladimir probably spends the entire day in the Russian studio. So we'll try to figure out what's what. I will announce news on Twitter if there are some news. But thanks very much once again for spending this day with us out of all the plethora of choices. Very, very good choices for this World Championship. Who to watch.
We are the best choice.
We are the radio of choice. Thanks everybody who's here, and see you hopefully on Tuesday. Bye.
Obviously, we'll see each other on Tuesday.
Cheers, everyone. Let's watch some more Vladi and Vishy.
You play.
Vishy, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you clearly.
Fantastic. Hi.
Hello, Vishy. Do you hear me?
You can hear me now. Okay, good. Hi, Vladi. How are you?
Yeah. We just finished the 11th games, and I just congratulated you.
I saw the happy draw report, but.
So my congratulations again. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi Vishy, thanks for joining us. We analyzed all the games from game 1 till game 11. Quite an interesting match. Yes,
it was.
So many.
As always, more is hidden than is shown, no?
Yeah. Much
Mm.
more, but already much less after our 4 videos. Much less is hidden.
Sure.
What is interesting,
By the
Vishay,
way, I wanted one question, Vishay, from me first. Why did you choose to start in the game 3 bishop d6 and only game 5 rook g8 in Meran?
Well, if I remember correctly, bishop d6, we had not yet discovered this problem with a4 b4. So there's move b4 somewhere refuting it. And at that moment, bishop d6 was our main line. I considered rook g8. Well, it's nice, it works, but we have something that works. Let's stick to it. And only after we realized that bishop d6, this move b4 somewhere in the and white is just killing, yeah.
Well, it's
and
not
only
totally
after that
killing,
we switched.
It's not maybe totally killing, yeah, but yeah, it seems to be very, very serious, yeah. We found it all in between of games 3 and 5, yeah. In fact, because Vishay told us that when you played bishop b7, I took on b5, and I thought that your plan was actually to play rook g8 and not bishop d6. Yes, do you hear me?
Vishay is thinking.
It's a bit confusing. I mean, bishop d6 was the line we spent most of our time on in our training, and I think at some point, rook g8 we had started some work, but the focus was bishop d6. So that was my first line, and then I was still very hopeful that rook g4 and the impact of that move and everything. But when later on we realized how difficult that is. I mean, it's also difficult to switch sometimes because with black, you may switch. We could already have gone to the Vienna, what we did much later. But somehow I was hesitant to switch, and the whole rest day, we first tried to solve this. And after losing half a day trying to solve this, then it's harder to change direction. So then we decided to go with this rook g8, and Radek solved some last problems literally 20 minutes before I left, and then that was the state in which I arrived. I think that was the sequence.
It was exactly the same story with me. Like some 20 minutes before I left, everything was solved. On rook g8.
Right.
But this is a special story, which hopefully this stream will be translated in English, so you will listen to this story.
No, but
I mean, everything
what
was
is
solved,
interesting,
but I was not aware of it.
yeah, what is interesting is that yesterday I've started reading your book, Vishay, which is a very interesting book. Actually, I highly recommend it. And I've read a story there about game 5 that you were trying to call your assistants, or how do we call it in English?
Seconds trainers, yeah.
Seconds, yes, and you couldn't reach them, right?
Well, so
is it a fairy
this is
tale
typical. I think
story?
Vladdy will understand what's happening. So what happened was we got into the car and we were driving to the venue. And then suddenly I was thinking, what do I do if Vladdy plays bishop g5? Our preparation was Botvinnik variation. And suddenly in the car, I mean, it's not like I forgot some detail on mode 25. I could not remember the first move. And I was in total panic. So normally it's a very bad situation if you have to call from the car, because anyway, whatever your seconds tell you, they will give you only 1 or 2 fragments and you will go crazy trying to remember, because you don't have a chessboard anymore even to see it. But I was so desperate, I thought I will just ask them, please just tell me one move and I will figure out the rest. Just tell me one move, something like that. And we did this. And the variation was spinning in my head. And of course, as soon as I got into the car, all of them switched off their phones and went to the restaurant. This was the only break they got during the match.
Yeah.
And they were not about to miss it. So we arrived at the venue. Still, I had no idea what to do against the Botvinnik. So then Aruna tells me, well, good luck.
Go for it.
And that was it. But in fact, in the rest of the match, we were having this situation all the time that I was excellently. I knew what to do against d4, but I had no defense to e4.
Which was my second question.
We were preparing all sorts of dragons and things like that, and they were collapsing here and there, and it's always this kind of churn. But I think the problem is also because it's never played. You worry about all the lines, whereas at least in d4 you think, okay, Vladdy will do this or this or this, but not everything. And in e4 it seems that he could do everything. I mean, every line looked scary to me, and it was going like that. But anyway, here the problem was it was not even in the Meran; it was the Botvinnik variation.
But you were both at the car at different cars at the same time, waiting for connection from your seconds. So basically, you were Vishy trying to reach them, and Vladdy just didn't get a call. He required. So it's a bit of a detective story,
Yeah, that's actually very
no,
interesting.
I didn't know this other bit. I didn't know this other bit, but
no, because
yes.
in two words, he didn't know what to do on rook g8 in the Miran. Yeah, and they had like 1 hour and a half to analyze it. And if they call him in the car, at least he could have got some ideas what to do. So he came to the game.
Well, to start with, I mean, the guys forgot twice to analyze it. I mean, during the rest day. I mean, I told twice that rook g8 is very serious. Please analyze it. And then when I came like 2 hours before the game for the final checkup, and then all of a sudden I realized that rook g8 is not analyzed, basically. And that was a total horror for me. And then in a rush, they started to analyze. I started to prepare something else. And at some point, I just saw that I'm losing. I mean, I'm just already not in time for the game. So I ran to my car and just didn't have time, to talk about rook g8. And then they didn't call me in the car. And finally, I decided to go for it, like literally at the moment when the clock was pushed, for the first move. Because I didn't know what am I going to play. And I was just praying, okay, help God, please, not rook g8. And it's exactly what I got on the board. So, and again, just for you, Vish, that actually, like the position when I already had maybe like 25 minutes left on the clock, it appeared to be after when I came back. The guys, they told me that they had this position, and actually they wanted to recommend me exactly to play like this. So I could have got it with 1 hour 55 instead of 25 minutes. So it was a funny kind of interesting coincidence. Interesting coincidence, and it was I mean, it's quite interesting, especially since you also had the same issue exactly the same day. So it seems like it was a crucial game.
Sure.
Yeah, game 5, sure.
Yeah, and then of course, I mean, I already told in those videos that absolutely brilliant game 6. I mean, I can congratulate you, Vish, with this fantastic game. I mean, just perfect. And that is, I have no complaints to anyone, including my trainers, my parents, that I lost this game because that is just a brilliant game. Yeah.
Vishy,
game 6 was well played. Yeah.
Vishy, were you a
maybe
bit,
because sorry.
Yeah. Please continue.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, were you a bit worried after game 9 and 10 when Vladdy started playing better and you didn't manage to solve all the problems and lost game 10 actually?
Well, after game 10, yes, I was let's say in full panic mode, and I'll explain why. I had the feeling that I didn't have a 2-point lead, that I really had a 1-point lead. I felt that if I lost game 11, I would lose game 12 also. So in a sense, I felt I only had this 1-point lead. And already by this point, I realized that Vladdy had turned the match. And to some degree, I was lucky that he didn't have this strategy of just playing some quiet move. I mean, I'm still annoyed that rook e1, which is, to me, is such a harmless move that I could not find any plan against it. in game 10. He just made this quiet move with his rook. I almost thought he was so desperate that he didn't find anything. He just made a move. But it was effective. And anyway, so after game 10, we went back and we decided, let's do this. Let's take a whole team, a whole world championship team, and try to find a draw with white after e4. And nowadays you get even more forced variations, and I think Wesley probably has a full repertoire. I saw some interview of his where he says, he quite seriously, he says, I checked short draws in all lines, so I was very confident here. Something like for the Grunfeld, he has this Leningrad line which ends in a draw, and all these popular draws. And literally our job was like that. So to take every opening which can be solved and just solve it, or get a totally dry position. And every...
But Visha, why not d4? Why not in d4? Isn't it simpler in d4? I didn't know at all what to play against d4. I mean, how to get a minimal fight.
I felt that if something unexpected happened in d4, and by now you can imagine my dreams. I mean, every Benoni, I would start with +4 evaluation, and then 3 moves later I'm lost. That's the sequence in your head, and you feel that everything is unfamiliar. And I suddenly thought, e4 I really know well. I mean, I couldn't see you playing any Rylopers. I couldn't see you playing so many openings I could eliminate. Sveshnikov is gone. I mean, just so many lines are easy. And we even spent some time solving Pirt's defense and center counter and everything. So then it seemed to me e4 was good. And also I thought switching back at this point maybe would catch you off guard. It wasn't very important to me to catch you off guard, but I thought at least there's a small hope.
Yeah, my guess was also exactly what you said, that you wanted in this important game to get to some positions which you know better from your childhood and so on. So I that was my guess actually today when we spoke about it. But I was even more worried about d4 because I don't remember. I wanted, I think, to play some totally nonsense King's Indian with knight bd7, where probably I would just lose it 25 moves because I could. But anyway, yeah.
I mean, that can happen, but on this day, I was just not there. I realized that I could only solve limited strategic ideas, like make a draw, go there, every line will do this, and these last 3 positions which we cannot solve, I will play. That's it. I could only do something limited because I felt that at the board I would keep on with this this conflict. Should I simplify? Should I press for advantage? I mean, because you realize when you play for an advantage, you will always leave some small openings that you when you play normally, you feel fine. But when you're thinking of a draw, it's a very negative state. I think the most important thing was I understood best to go there as in a professional negative state and finish it. That was sort of the logic. Because I also felt that if I had a 1-point lead and I was playing black, nothing was sure anymore.
Yeah. I mean, then, but I like this professional negative state. This is a new impression. It's a classic.
But also, it's interesting that in our broadcast, Vladimir told us that he didn't have too many ideas before the match. And in your book, Visha, you write that you were really afraid of 1 e4 from Vladimir. You remember that?
Yes. The problem was we had spent so much time thinking about d4 with both colors that I had e4. I mean, there was this conflict. Just give me 1 second.
Sure. Professional negative state.
Yeah. So I was in this state where I could play e4, but it would be like playing with my tournament repertoire against someone who might have a match idea. Something very concrete which you can't just play your way out of. Or at least it would not be easy. But I never really, I think I was in panic if he played e4, but I didn't really believe he would do it. So I would both worry about it and not prepare fully. So that's how we
So
dealt with e4 the
that
whole
definitely should have been my choice then, yeah. But but at that time, it was a mistake. I mean, I made many mistakes in preparation, and maybe that also just limiting myself to only d4 and so on was one of the mistakes. And second mistake was, as it occurred to be, that I spent a lot of time actually on black against e4, and I was not happy at all with the state. I started to prepare Petrov, and I finally wanted to play Petrov, but I was not too happy with a certain, especially in the fifth knight c3 line. So I spent oceans of time trying to solve problem, lost a bit of confidence with black color because I didn't like some positions. And finally, didn't have time to get any ideas, and didn't have the brain to find something in Meran. So finally, before the match, everything collapsed. Yeah, I feel not confident with black, and I have nothing with white. So that was a state of affairs in my preparation before the match.
Yes, I also feel that this is where luck comes in. I think if the third game had gone differently or something, the match would just develop differently and you would cope. But when things suddenly start to go badly, so maybe the real crisis was game 5, but game 3 was unfortunate that you challenged this line, and you were right, because it is a very shaky line, as we found out later. But briefly, computers were not able to really solve it. And it held long enough that I could believe that it worked.
But
because
also
to some degree in d4 also I had the same issues as you, that there were many lines, even in f3 Nimzo, and even your King's Indian, which you planned, where I was stuck here and there, and we had temporary exits. But of course, you cannot refute chess. So everywhere we had issues closing.
Well, if you're not Wesley So. So maybe a few more years. And
did you use any special computer assistance before the match or during the match? Any very fast computers, very modern computers at the time?
Yes, I was using Ripka.
Okay, it just appeared in 2008, no?
No, Ripka was already about 2 years old, but this was Vasik gave me access to a good remote.
Oh, okay.
I think that remote is no longer very special by today's standards, but I mean, nowadays that remote will probably compete with a normal computer, not even a special. But briefly, it must have been, I don't remember, maybe 16 cores or 32 cores, something like that. So really quite strong. And it was the first time I had ever worked with remotes. And it was still a new concept then. So briefly, I was using probably the best hardware around.
Did it help? Obviously helped, yeah.
It helps, but when you're working with it, it feels that it only gives you the bad news quicker. It just tells you, sorry, you have nothing to play. But of course, when you play, finally, when you get to play, you understand it gave you some depth. I mean, if you're stuck in chess, you'll be stuck faster. I think this is generally my feeling with faster hardware. It gives the bad news quicker, but I'm being too cynical. Of course, it does show interesting ideas. If you keep on working hard, you'll find a gem every once in a while. But it doesn't solve the problem of working hard. I think spectacular hardware is only good if you work hard. No, it does not make your life easier, but it can produce some nice result at the end. Which, by the way, my team was doing for me. Even though I would often give up quite quickly, my team would keep hammering away and find a thing, and kept moving along. And for me, already playing d4, I felt a sense of danger the whole time. Because despite, no matter how much you train, everything still feels a little bit new and funny. So at least I solved the problem of how to be alert during the match, which was I putting myself slightly unfamiliar territory. So I think that decision was right on a couple of levels.
I'm trying to calculate how many matches did you play? 6 overall, right?
So what?
Kasparov,
If you
Kramnik,
count Lausanne, then
Topalov.
5 more. And if you don't count Lausanne, then it's 6.
Lausanne, you
So
mean a match with
Vladdy,
Karpov?
Boris, Veselin, and 2 more. If you count Lausanne, yeah, but that's a 6-game match. So anything above 10, 12 games, it's only these.
Lausanne is the match that you played against Karpov after a month of playing against others, and he was very fresh and young, right? No?
Yes,
Yeah.
he had the huge disadvantage of being fresh.
Yeah, that was fantastic formula.
No, as Anatoly, I think, put it in the interview, he was rusty. You were, yeah, because you were trained, well trained. You know, he was rusty.
That's the word. That's the word.
Yeah. Yeah. And what is, by the way, did you count, Visha, what is your final result? I mean, altogether in World Championship matches. Let's say if not taking Karpov. So you won 4 or...
I'm negative overall in World Championship matches.
But I mean,
because
winning, losing. Yeah, because
I was
yeah,
plus two with you, +1 with Veselin, and 50% with Boris, so +3. And that went in the Magnus first match itself, and then I was -2 there, and I was minus against Kasparov. And I drew Karpov. In fact, at the end, I lost 3 matches and won 3 matches. So I had World Championship matches.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, but if you had serious opponents, yeah. I must admit, twice Carlsen, Kasparov. Yeah, it's not easy. I would be in deep minus also. Yeah.
Well, I played the 4 guys around me. You, Carlsen, Karpov, Kasparov. It's just the 5 of us, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
So I played all 4 of you, and I'm in the middle, sort of something like that.
Yeah.
But you, I mean, in the tournament games, you've played also with Stahl. Have you ever played with Stahl or Spassky? I guess Spassky, probably.
Yes, I played Tal. I played Spassky.
But only
I was playing World Junior. I was playing World Junior in 1984 when Petrosian died. I played Smyslov also.
Yeah.
I played Smyslov in 1989 in one in Groningen. 89 December. So in Groningen. And I played Spassky and Tal. So
in classical.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was
classical.
When?
Yeah. I played Spassky, and both of them, Vesselkock sponsored a very nice tournament once called Veterans versus Youngsters in 89 in Cannes. I mean, fantastic tournament. I mean, for me, it was very unusual to get a hotel, I think, what was it, Majestic in Cannes. And of course, Bessel gave excellent conditions. And so we were in this fantastic room, and I got to play all these people in the film festival, the venue that Palais de Festival or whatever it's called. Palais de
Congress.
Yeah, and I played both of them in the same tournament. But Tal withdrew, and
Spassky,
I played Spassky twice. I drew 1 and I lost. I won 1.
Yes.
With Tal, I won 1, and the second half he withdrew because he was already
very tired,
in bad shape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
You play chess? You want to know all the secrets of grandmasters? You want to watch all current tournaments and know everything about chess history?
Levitov Chess World is much more than everything above.
Unique documentaries about Garry Kasparov, Vladimir Kramnik, and many other legends of chess. Streams from the biggest tournaments. World Championship, Magnus versus Nepomniachtchi, commented by Peter Svidler, Evgeny Miroschnichenko. The Candidates Tournament, Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Exclusive interviews, Daniil Dubov, Viswanathan Anand, Jean-Christophe Duda, Alexander Grishuk, and of course, awesome educational videos with elite international chess coaches. Play chess, love chess, and subscribe now. New video every week. Turn on notifications and don't miss all the exciting moments of the chess world.